Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching The Wire. I'm Shravasti Dasgupta. We're bringing to you a very special broadcast this morning where we are getting in all the trends of the elections to 4 states and union territories. Joining me today is my colleague Janvi Sen, as well as Shomashri Sharkar. She is joining us from Kolkata and she will be heading our coverage from there on the crucial elections in West Bengal, while Janvi and I will be speaking to a lot of our guests over the course of the next 3 hours about the elections that are taking, the results that are coming through from Assam, Kerala, Puducherry, and Tamil Nadu. Janvi, you want to begin?
Sure. So we have with us the Wire's editor, Seema Chishti. Hi, Seema. It is quite early. The postal ballots have been counted and EVM counting has begun in most of the states, but perhaps we can just do a quick look at the trends before we start. The BJP is in the lead in Assam, currently leading in 19 seats according to the ECI. It's also leading in West Bengal, currently leading in 3 seats, while the TMC in 1. The ECI hasn't released too many trends for West Bengal yet. The AIDMK is also leading in Tamil Nadu, which perhaps might sound surprising, but it is still early. And in Puducherry, the NDA alliance, with the chief player being the AINRC, is also leading there. In Kerala, the UDF is in the lead at the moment. The Congress on its own is at 28 and the CPM is at 70. Seema, do you want to comment on the trends already, or should we wait a bit before we get into that?
We totally should wait, but the trends look very interesting. So if I was to comment on the trends, the trend that really jumps out to me is Tamil Nadu. Because while all kind of assessments, I will not say exit polls because they verge on disinformation almost, but on all assessments, it seemed as if AIADMK was completely on the back foot, in worried about perhaps even losing its status as an opposition party. But going by early trends, and I presume that postal votes have a lot to do with this and early EVM trends, AIADMK is leading in 14, the TVK is at second spot at 13, the DMK at 7, and the Congress at 2. So I think even a DMK plus would be kind of competing for the second spot. But as we said, it's like really too early to tell.
But since you brought it up, let's talk about the TVK a little. This is, of course, superstar Vijay's party. This is their first election. And, there were very conflicting reports on how much of an impact it would or would not have, whose votes Vijay might be able to cut. And it seems like he's performing rather well. A lot of people thought maybe even if the vote share is high, it may not translate into seats. There was a lot of talk about young voters and also people who are still too young to vote being really invested in his campaign, which didn't focus so much on issues. People have been saying, he doesn't really have an ideological backing in the way that the Dravidian parties do. So if he is really doing so well, what does that say?
I think that just says that maybe the fact that he is not in the Dravidian framework, etc., and he's not even in the BJP kind of setting or the way they frame things, that may have been the reason for his doing decently. And the demographic thing is very important here and very critical. Tamil Nadu is very aware. It's a very, they're very digitally kind of connected state. They are in with what is happening. And we must never forget that Vijay has been a very popular household name and a star for a long time now. And we keep going on about how Tamil Nadu has a tradition of how it, the film thing is not completely divorced from reality. It's not real versus real, but there's a very deep connect between social reform, as we know from the Dravida parties itself. So TVK may be like a new manifestation of that same theme. And the fact of his not having a base was also held out, that he has fan clubs. Right. They are not cadre. They, and DMK and AIDMK much more organized. But in the days of the mobile phone, new ways of mobilizing people in this very, first day, first show kind of way of doing things, he may be having something up his sleeve, which is giving him requisite visibility and popularity. So, of course, we still don't know if these trends will hold. So, of course, all of this is subject to that. But he clearly has made a splash and a difference to the conversation, to the way the DMK and the AIDMK position themselves and their campaigns. Initially, it was believed that the DMK was trying to set up TVK as a opposition in order to be able to cut AIDMK, and the AIDMK is missing Jayalalitha. But in case, a lot of commentary that I saw said that he is like MGR, he looks like him, his charisma, his star power parallels that or mirrors that. So I think great times ahead, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, in fact, I'm just refreshing now, and the TVK is now at 15 and the AIDMK is at 16. So let's see, still very early, but I think let's talk about Bengal a little bit. Shravasti, do you want to?
I think, Seema, also you might want to comment on this, is the fact that this election, I want to bring to our attention of the viewers, that this election is of course being conducted under the shadow of the SIR. This was conducted across 12 states and union territories, but most of the states that have gone to the polls and the results of which we are seeing today are also under this. This includes Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. But interestingly, Assam, which is a BJP ruled state, did not have a special intensive revision. Instead, it was a summary revision, which is routine exercise before any election. Now, contention of many of these opposition parties which are in power in these states has been that why do this contentious exercise just before the elections, and nowhere has this exercise come under higher scrutiny than in West Bengal, which is in fact the state that I guess everybody is watching very closely today. About 90 lakh people were deleted, and I would not say deleted, but the electorate has shrunk by 90 lakh, and the total electorate in comparison to the 2021 elections has come down by about 12%. But also the fact, Seema, is that this election is being conducted where we have seen 27 lakh people, their names were pending adjudication in tribunals. Very few of them finally got to vote. Questions now being raised about the fact that how must one even see these elections when so many people were not even allowed to exercise their right to franchise, not because they were not, they did not have documents, but they were pending adjudication?
No, that's a very critical question, and it's a very tough one to answer. So are we going to look at the results to decide on is the election legitimate or not? But I would say beyond a shadow, it's the eclipse of the SIR on West Bengal in particular. Because as you indicated, certain new rules for the SIR appear to have been put in place for Bengal. And I'm now very concerned about even counting, because there are various stages of the election process and counting is a very critical part of it. We've already seen them decide that it will be only central government officials, something that has been okayed and ticked by the Supreme Court. But some very unusual practices are in play even for the counting of votes here. So I think it's a very critical point of 27 lakh, the number of people who the Election Commission is not sure are illegitimate. I can understand if they have taken certain people out, that's another kind of argument against the SIR, that how could you take out so many people? But if by their own assessment, they are saying that they could be voters and yet you're going ahead with the vote, then like a lot of other people, and in our colleague, our founding editor, Siddharth Vardarajan, tweeted this morning, and that constantly comes to my mind what Bertolt Brecht said, that it's time to choose a new people. So are we in the business of electing a new people? So I think this is where the shadow is going to last well into the morning after of these results, about what's going to happen to these 27 lakh people, and is this a kind of a model being experimented by the government, is the union government, that is the BJP's government in Delhi, fighting these elections, or is it just a political elections when the state is meant to be the umpire? But as has always famously been said, when referees and others start running in Arsenal or Man U's jerseys, then how fair is that football match? So I think that's a question which I'm afraid I don't have a straight answer for, but I have loads of doubts which I think need addressing. And let's see how the day progresses.
Let's also tell our viewers at this point the trends that are coming in on the Election Commission's website. These are not results, these are trends. And the BJP seems to be leading on 8 seats at the moment, and the Trinamool is leading on 2 seats. Remember, there are 294 seats in West Bengal. Repolling has been ordered in Falta. This is going to take place on May 24th. But the other interesting state, Seema, I also want to ask you.
Sorry, let me just make one comment on West Bengal. I don't know if it's early trends. Yeah. If you look at the map of West Bengal, which is all there, we should tell the viewers on our website too, a very clean, nice, interesting, easy to navigate map. You see that the gains or the leads for the BJP are coming from South West Bengal, whereas their stronghold was typically seen to be the northern areas. So it's quite interesting if the BJP is securing these leads in the southern parts, which was not meant to be the BJP stronghold. Sorry. Yes.
Seema, so I was speaking to a certain political observers in Bengal about this, the fact that the BJP is likely to gain, of course, in North Bengal, which has been its stronghold in the last decade. But the reason that it's also making some headways in South Bengal, one had perceived, is because there was disenchantment against the Trinamool government, and the fact that corruption had been such a huge factor. But we also don't know how the SIR has resulted in these trends that we are seeing. seeing the kind of deletions that we saw, the constituencies that were minority dominated. Our colleague Aparna Bhattacharya has reported extensively on this, that in several constituencies the deletions were higher than the margin of victory in the 2021 elections. I'm also being told that our founding editor Siddharth Vardarajan is joining us right now. Siddharth, if we could come to you right now, that just coming to you on the trends that we are seeing. First in Bengal, that the BJP is leading on 8 seats and the Trinamool is leading on 2.
Now in 11 seats actually.
And that's right. So Seema was just saying that it's interesting that the BJP's leads, if we see the map of the West Bengal map that is on the ECI website, most of the BJP's leads appear to be in South Bengal in comparison to its traditional stronghold of North Bengal. Right now we are seeing the BJP is leading on 11 and the Trinamool is leading on 2. How do you see these early trends?
Well, the operative word is early, and I should say that we are being very cautious and conservative by not following the example of various channels which are running away and declaring already. I was seeing on one of the channels that they already have given the BJP a lead in West Bengal. Frankly, I don't know what the source of these numbers are, because it's not possible for every channel to have spotters in every constituency where the counting is happening. So anyway, but I think that it's clear that just to answer the question on the basis of an assumption that even the early leads that the EC website has are correct, and perhaps the channels are not entirely wrong, there are objective reasons and there are subjective reasons, or shall we say extra objective reasons why the BJP has is putting in a better performance than the previous time. The objective reasons are the same as would ordinarily operate in any situation where a government has been in power for ages. There are credible allegations of corruption, inefficiency, lumpenism, and so on and so forth, all of which was present in spades as far as the Mamata TMC government is concerned. But there is this additional factor, and I think that may explain, or help partly explain, if Seema is reading the tea leaves correctly. So if the BJP is going beyond its traditional strongholds, I mean, if you look at the electoral map in the last assembly election, essentially strong domination in the north, but literally a very small presence in the south. I mean, 4 or 5 seats, and today, if there are major gains in the south, I wonder how much of this is anti-incumbency, how much of this is the SIR effect. Frankly, it's a little hard to read. Once we know constituency-wise data, once we're able to parse data literally booth by booth, one will have a better sense of how much the SIR had its impact on this election. But as of now, I think it's probably better to reserve judgment. Let's wait and see when the EC is able to update its numbers a little bit more. I think it's very early if you simply go by the EC's data.
No, that's true, Siddharth, but you were mentioning the southern states. So let's look at the trends from Kerala and Tamil Nadu a little bit. Kerala, quite a few trends have come in, and it seems like the UDF is currently leading in 60 plus seats, and the LDF is closer to the 30 mark. This is perhaps in line with what several people had predicted, but the LDF had been in power for 10 years with Pinarayi Vijayan at the helm. People were saying this is both its biggest strength and its biggest weakness. There was anti-incumbency. His image as a strong leader was both unpopular, and some people were saying, it's a sign of stability. Perhaps people will vote for it again. Siddharth, do you think we're likely to continue seeing these trends continue in the same line as perhaps several experts had predicted?
I mean, these early trends are more in line with the reading of many journalists. Not my personal reading. I mean, the only state on which I spent any time in this election was in Kerala. Not strictly, monitoring the elections, but just picking up chatter, picking up anecdotal evidence. And it did seem to me as if the LDF was going to put in a strong fight, and that the conventional wisdom of an easy rollover from the LDF to UDF, which Pinarayi Vijayan had bucked earlier, that this may not apply again this time. But as the election progressed, as the voting numbers and responses from the field were coming in, it did seem as if voters were looking for a change. The only question then is, will the BJP manage to make any more inroads than it did last time? The EC's numbers are not necessarily very encouraging, although again I have to say that many of the private channels are running ahead with giving a lot of
at the moment, according to the
gains
EC,
to BJP. Yeah. But I would say that if there's an LDF UDF handover, this is sort of along expected lines. For the Congress really put a lot of store by this election. I remember a conversation with a couple of Congress leaders where I was saying, look, from the point of view of alliance, national alliance, opposition alliance cohesiveness, surely it's in the, yes, you're trying to win the state, but it's probably in the interest of coalition dharma that the left be in power in at least one state. And this one Congress leader said, what you're saying may be true for the left, but he says for the Congress too, resting Kerala is would be an important morale booster, and that if they fail to win Kerala, which gave them so many MPs in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, this would be seen as a kind of national setback for the Congress's ambition. So I think for the Congress, they put a lot on this election and fought a pretty hard-wrought, pretty bitter campaign. And I suppose getting the fruits of that kind of campaign, but still with the caveat that this is early. Although I don't think the numbers are going to switch around the way they might do in West Bengal.
No, what you said is what some observers said to us as well, that for the Congress, this is kind of a do or die in Kerala, and that if it were not to perform so well this time, next time perhaps we'll be looking at an LDF BJP fight. So yeah, we will continue to watch that. But you were saying this is not surprising. What perhaps is surprising are the trends coming in from Tamil Nadu, where people said it might be neck and neck, but it seems to be neck and neck between the AIDMK and the TVK, and not so much the DMK this time. Currently, the AIDMK is leading in 32 seats and Vijay's TVK in 28. Seema, maybe you'd like to come in on and say what speaking about this before.
Yeah, I mean, just one small point on Kerala. The one thing that is striking is that the BJP had put a lot on Kerala because of its performance there, Thiruvananthapuram, or the corporation election. I don't think that is translating very much because they just seem to be leading in 2 seats, which is pretty standard for them. And I would think that they should be concerned about why, despite all the push, everything, the thrust, the whatever car metaphors you want to use in Kerala, if they're just leading in 2 seats, then I don't think that's brilliant. But yeah, Tamil Nadu is like really interesting. A lot of people were saying that maybe Tamil Nadu is just, we're not like reading it properly. There was a lot of rumbling about whether the alliance should go this way. We'd heard that the Congress at one stage wanted to go with TVK, with Vijay, and not with DMK. And then, of course, it was made into it became a big issue, and it seems as if then loyalties, the marriage vows were repeated again, and they came right back with the DMK. But it seems that the TMK factor has sort of given this election legs, wings, and thrown some magic dust over the results as of now.
I think it's also interesting that during the exit polls, which we did not really pursue because we need to take them with a pinch of salt,
sack full of salt.
Sack full of salt. But there's one particular exit poll, I think Access My India had given Vijay the lead in Tamil Nadu, and there was a lot of conversation around that, whether that's accurate and whether that's a huge leap in comparison to what's been seen in the state earlier. But going by the trends right now with the ADMK in the lead and the TVK just behind, it doesn't seem so far-fetched, but as we said that this is very early trends, not even 10 a.m. But let's also speak about Assam before we go to Janvi for Puducherry, is that Assam is of course seeing the BJP looking to make a third consecutive government in the state. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa has led a highly communal campaign, but combined it with the delivery of welfare schemes in the state. And the election has been, while it has been highly communally charged, it's also about the delivery of welfare schemes. And in the opposition, on the other hand, is alleged corruption by Himanta Biswa, which has become a major issue in the last 5 years. Repeated allegations being made against the chief minister of corruption by not just him but also members of his family, including his wife. Let's bring you the trends that we are getting from Assam at the moment. The BJP is leading on 39 29 seats, the Congress on 11. So it seems that the BJP, and the total seats, of course, remember, is 126. The BJP is looking to make form the government again in the state. So that I want to bring you back in on this. Assam was kind of the state where the BJP's comeback was, in observers' circles, was kind of secured. Here, the BJP in early trends has secured quite a solid lead. How do you see the trends that are coming in from Assam? A lot of conversation about whether it's just been the communal rhetoric that has worked in Sarma's favor, or it's been a mixture of the two, along with the welfare schemes that have also been given in the state.
Now, I would say, broadly speaking, four factors, Shravasti. First, of course, is the polarization factor that you mentioned. Never has a chief minister, and I'm saying this with some sense of his responsibility and some sense of historic knowledge, and I'm including Narendra Modi when he was CM in Gujarat. Never has a chief minister been so relentlessly communal and polarizing in terms of his rhetoric during an election and in the run-up to the election than Himanta Biswa Sharma was. Really quite astonishing. And I have to say, a lot has been said already in the context of the SIR at the failure of the Supreme Court to arbitrate and to insist that the rules of the road be maintained, and that people's mandate not be corrupted by gerrymandering, by communal polarization, and so on. And when the matter came up before the Supreme Court, the court refused to entertain a call for a case against Himanta. So undoubtedly, the polarization politics of the CM, factor number one. Factor number two, the gerrymandering. We've seen the kind of delimitation exercise which was carried out in Jammu and Kashmir and Assam. And I would urge viewers to think of this as a kind of forerunner to the kind of delimitation that Modi and Shah are planning for the rest of the country eventually. But if you look at and I believe Srinivas Kodali's maps of, perhaps our producer can put some of them up on the screen at this point. Some of the constituency maps, the most absurd, snake-like, amoeba-like constituencies drawn specifically in such a way as to give the BJP a majority. So we know that one of the consequences of the gerrymandering exercise, the delimitation exercise, was to ensure that the AUDF, the Assam, the United Democratic Front of the Itar King, of the Perfume King, Ajmal, was not going to be able to win as many seats as before, because Muslims were kind of, if they were in a majority in 30 plus constituencies earlier, that number was brought down. So you have a first order effect of that process, where the AUDF, as far as I can see, has pretty much been wiped out. And the gains to that have gone to the BJP, but also to the Congress. So I would say gerrymandering is factor number two. And factor number three, I would say, is, of course, you could say the schemes, the various attempts by the Sharma government to have handouts and so on and so forth, which the BJP has used effectively in other states. So this could also be a factor. And the fourth, I would say, is the weakness and factionalism of the Congress. Sharma was able to engineer at least two very high-profile defections from the Congress to the BJP in the run-up to the election. These were major defeats, major setbacks for the Congress. Gaurav Gogoi, when he took charge of the campaign and was given charge of the party, I think infused a certain energy in the party and the party organization. So there was sort of an upbeat tempo to what the Congress was doing, but clearly this was not to the liking of other leaders who had perhaps thought they should get their due. And they then made their way out, joined the BJP. And I think the weakening that this has had, a weakening effect on the Congress, has obviously been another factor. So I would say, if you put these factors together, Assam was the one election that, frankly, even the opposition was, not in so many words, but they were pretty much willing to write off, or they admitted that they had a very uphill battle. And I think as the campaign progressed, this became clear that Assam was not going to deliver any surprises. So, I think so far it's along predictable lines, and there will be no surprise ending in Assam when the evening ends today.
So just one thing, I mean, to just pick up from the point that Siddharth mentioned, the gerrymandering is key in the way the constituencies are mapped. Secondly, I think the Election Commission must answer questions of why no SIR in Assam. Did they think, because the SIR clearly in whichever states, and particularly these states which are border states, induces a certain kind of a response where it becomes the overarching kind of factor in the election conversation. It pushes other issues back. So why did the Election Commission decide to not have an SIR and SAM and just an SR? So that's, whereas they were rushing SIRs, the SIRs we so rushed in West Bengal, 27 lakh people can be disenfranchised for that process. So they need to answer questions. And for me, it's actually quite perturbing as to what more can you expect from an opposition. The Congress party has got a 7-party alliance going. It has Holmes as its leader. It has a very competent leader in Gaurav Gogoi who ticks all the right boxes. You have the Assam Jatiya Parishad, you have the Rajor Dal, you have other factions that form a composite rainbow alliance. Then what more do you have to say and do to win a state election? And that's where the resource skew also becomes very obvious. And losing a big party guy just weeks before the election, the defections that are engineered, actually again raise questions about the rules, the system, the entire rubric under which elections are being held. And is this the new standard of free and fair? They're certainly not free, they're very expensive, and now they're not even fair. So I think that is what India needs to really reflect upon. And also I'm just thinking that what more could we have asked the opposition to do in order to win the election or to run a good campaign? And that would be something the rest of India would also be asking at the back of Assam elections if these trends were to hold.
Before we move on to our colleague Shomashri, who's joining us from Kolkata on Bengal, Janvi, you want to quickly take us through Puducherry's numbers because
yes,
we've not
absolutely.
hit on that.
The NDA is in the lead at the moment. The main party in the NDA alliance in Puducherry is the AINRC, which is of the sitting Chief Minister N. Rangasamy. The NDA is currently leading in 11 seats out of the 30 in the state, and the Congress and DMK alliance in 3. So it seems likely that now N. Rangasamy will have his 5th term as Chief Minister. He served 2 terms as a Congress leader and then 2 in his own party. And since 2021, the AINRC has been aligned with the NDA. There was some talk on whether a new entrant, the LJK, which is in fact heralded by the son of lottery king Santiago Martin, Charles Martin, whether that would play a role in perhaps upsetting this in some way. We're not seeing any trends in that party yet. They're only contesting in 2 seats. But also they have joined the NDA, so maybe the upset that people were considering would not work out in the way that people may have imagined. That's what we have.
Sorry, one small trivia. Santiago Martin's son is a very key element and a key advisor and player in the TVK. In Vijay's camp in Tamil Nadu. That's his son-in-law. So it's quite interesting to see how Santiago Martin with son and son-in-law
has the son-in-law and him now have a rift there.
How interesting. So this is like the true makings of another
political dynasty. And his wife
is
contesting from the AIDMK.
There you go. So I think this whole kind of, if you map this over electoral bonds, there's something to do a lottery on.
No, absolutely. Sorry,
all right. So we'll just take a short break now, and our colleague Shomashri will be joining us on the other side with reporters from Bengal who have covered the election as well as the impact of the SIR on the state. Thank you so much, Seema and Siddharth, for joining Janvi and me on this opening edition, and we'll be seeing you soon after in about 30 minutes from now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello from Kolkata. It's a sunny day today, but the mood is one of trepidation at counting halls across the state. Polls were held across 2 phases on April 23 and April 29 to elect 294 members of the West Bengal Legislative Assembly. Of these, one, Falta, will go to repolls later this month. The counting right now is happening in 458 counting halls across 77 venues. But all of this is happening while a consensus grows that the Bengal polls will act as the litmus test of whether there is yet any hope in India remaining an electoral democracy. The primary question we are asking ourselves now is whether this election was a verdict of the people at all. Is this an instance of the people being overhauled instead of the government? So to discuss all of this, I have two names which you are very familiar with. Aparna Bhattacharya, who is a data analyst par excellence and one of the most prolific journalists this season. Aparna, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Shomastri.
Aparna, right now, these are very early trend figures, but we have BJP leading in 24 seats, Trinamool in 5. And what does this mean for you at this point? I know you're keeping a very keen eye on the figures from across Bengal, but what do the early trends say? And especially considering the fact that there has been a lot of attention on the counting process itself. Mamata, who we know heads the Trinamool Congress, has alleged that load sheddings are being orchestrated and CCTV cameras are being turned off. And TMC leaders we know have posted on X that they've been up all night keeping watch. We know that Gargi Chatterjee, who was the CPIM's Noapara candidate, her VVPAT slips were found some 15 kilometers away from Noapara, dumped at a bus stop. There have been mild tussles between counting officials and party workers in some places as well. In Shiliguri, postal ballot counting has stopped. What does this tell you, Aparna? You who have done such deep work on the SIR, on the disenfranchisement, and are now seeing this tussle over the counting of votes itself.
I will not. I mean, it is a worrying factor that VVPATs are, lying. There are issues where TMC has alleged that their counting agents were not allowed to take pen or notebooks, which are very essential, to keep note of what is happening. And also some media reports are also suggesting, local media reports, that it's in some places they were not allowed to enter. These are a worrying sign. There are also allegations that and I mean, I know I have proof of that the counting agents ID card were issued at the very late, very late, like late at night. They were not getting the counting agents ID card. So there were procedural lapses. That is a worrying factor there. So that being said, I don't think that is something we should be looking into this. Rather, what is happening right now? It's still very early trend, but what is looking is it's not looking very bright for the ruling party, I would say, at this moment.
So, as you have reported, the Election Commission special intensive revision of rules, it's pushed almost every other whole issue to the background. What are your gleanings from reporting so widely across 4 months on the SIR? At this stage, do you feel that this is a free and fair election that was conducted and which we are following the results of today?
We can look at it from two ways. One is the day of the election. The day of the election, it was more or less free and fair, given that West Bengal has allegations of irregularities and rigging and all that. But then the another part is the 27 lakh people. I am still sticking on that figure. I'm not saying the 58 lakh earlier who were deleted, or even the 5 lakh who were later deleted in the through Form 7, no mapping and all that. I'm saying this 27 lakh people. This was the most worrying part of this election for me. And I have a very different views from the common perception, that I believe that both are responsible. Both the state government could have done more to to avoid the impasse that happened, the non-cooperation and everything. And also the major role is with ECI and also the Supreme Court. I believe the Supreme Court has a much more to answer here, given that they were the one, they are the institution that the voters would eventually go. So that is a mockery of election for that, for a large number of people who are not able to exercise that vote. We do not know what would happen if they had voted, and that question would always be there. In the history book it will be there that they will not be able to vote, and we would there is always what if they had voted.
Aparna, is there a seat that stands out to you? We have followed your reporting on seats like Samsherganj and Mothabari. Can you tell us why they stand out to you? Why you'll be watching them now? These are also seats which the EC has told us have had the most number of voters. The turnout has been pretty spectacular, and we've been told it's the highest since independence. I don't know how true that is and who is on the ground to verify these figures, but will you tell us why it's important to keep an eye on a seat like Samsherganj, for instance?
Samsherganj is over 91,000 deletion. 36%, more than 36% of the total electorate, before SIR, they got deleted. So it's a huge number. Every third person was deleted in Samsherganj. Now I have to see whether the interesting part would be that whether SIR would, who are there, eventually what would be the result of SIR, of Samsherganj. Earlier trend suggested in both Samsherganj and Mothabari, Congress was leading. I don't know. I don't have the figure right now. It was a local channel that reported that Mothabari and Samsherganj, Congress was leading. So I have to check whether eventually they voted for. This is one part. Second was that when I checked the Samsherganj number, I mentioned as around 40,000. Roughly, my estimate was that 40,000 of TMC voters were deleted. I mean, if we look at the demography on the booth where their deletion happened, and where the eventually how TMC did in 2021 and 2024. So this is what we have seen, is that in the TMC had lost a larger share of voters in this constituency compared to Congress, because they are the primary opponent there. So we have to see what happens there. But if I was checking the numbers in Malda and Murshidabad. In Malda, you will see that BJP is leading in quite a number of seats. And in Murshidabad, earlier trend suggested that Congress was leading quite a few seats. Now I'm seeing left is also leading 1 or 2 seats. We have to understand that in both these districts, which sends, I think, 22 plus 12, 34 seats. TMC won most of the seats in 2021 election. Congress and Left did not get a single seat in these areas. They did not get a single seat in any case in 2021. So they are leading in some seats, means even though SIR played havoc in these two districts, it that not necessarily it helped in consolidating voters in TMC's favor. That is something we need to understand. That is a very important uh, important thing that I have seen in this election. This
Can
is
you tell
some.
us a little bit about why the SIR couldn't really get voters up and about, couldn't really rise them up against the BJP and for the TMC?
Two things in the Malda Murshidabad Muslim areas. It is very early trend. It might be changing, but even in 2023 we had seen that Congress had regained its support base in Malda and Murshidabad Panchayat election. Now Panchayat election, if you look at West Bengal Panchayat election, and then we look at the assembly election. Panchayat elections, assembly election would always have some kind of influence of the Panchayat election. Lok Sabha, not that much, but Panchayat election definitely. If you look at 2008, 2013, 2018, you will understand that that is a trend that is happening in West Bengal. In Malda and Murshidabad, despite all the violence that we have seen, the malpractices and irregularities and all that, Congress did very well in Malda and Murshidabad. In Lok Sabha election, also, if you see, Congress did quite well in Uttar Dinajpur. In Malda, they won a seat. I think in Sujapur, their total percentage was above 60%. So they regained their support base, which they lost in 2021. Adil Chaudhary lost, but they improved their voting share compared to 2021 in Murshidabad also. So I feel somewhere that SIR not necessarily did something where TMC was hoping that if after SIR it would be consolidated to TMC. That probably did not happen as the early trend suggests. Second part is, beyond SIR, there are major issues that were burning in these areas. We have seen there are riots in Samsherganj. There are Murshidabad has seen 3 riots in the last 2 years. So that was there. Then the Wakaf movement. This is one song in West Bengal political during election that was not captured by the media, but there was one song that was played in Malda, in Murshidabad, and in other Muslim mohallas, where it says that Didi, you go and seek vote in Delhi. This was in response to Mamata Banerjee's, during the Wakaf protest in 2025, she mentioned that if you want to protest, you go and do that in Delhi. And there was a song that became very popular. It is a very, very political song. We have seen many rock songs and everything, but this was a song that did not capture the media narrative and all that, but it was being played in these areas. So this also somewhere played a role. Then the OBC and all this somewhere, probably this was something, when I was discussing this with you, that I was seeing that some kind of Muslim vote shifting from Mamata Banerjee. All the exit polls are giving overwhelmingly that the 75% Muslims would be voting for Mamata Banerjee. My ground reports were saying something different, but then I was like, we did not do any kind of survey, so who am I to say this? But
Yes, and
that's
exit
what's
polls, as
happening.
we know, exit polls opponents we know have been disproven far too many times to be considered legitimate information. So I will. I also, as we keep on saying, the SIR seems to have brought out a lot of integral issues into the open. And one of this is the very large vote bank that the BJP has in the border areas of Noida, where the Mutuas live. Mutuas are Bengali Hindu migrants, and in and around the Bongaon Lok Sabha constituency, across places like Bagda and Gaighata, a person who has been to that region quite often and reported from there is Joydeep Sarkar, my colleague who's joining us from Birbhum today. I've been told that Joydeep's internet connection is not that great. So, Aparna, I request you to come in on some parts where Joydeep might not be heard properly. But Aparna, you and Joydeep recently co-authored a report on how the major concern in that area changed from whether voters can enlist themselves as part of the CAA to whether they can vote at all, whether they are electors at all. We have in the report people telling us that I came from Bangladesh decades ago, like 2 decades ago, and now I need to sign up under the CAA, and I need to say that I am from Bangladesh. But why should I do that? So we also have the BJP MP Shantanu Thakur telling us that, telling Joydeep specifically that he can't do anything about the Election Commission's rules. So we have Joydeep joining us. Joydeep, তুমি আমাদেরকে বাংলার মতুয়া সম্প্রদায়ের লোকজনের উপরে যে রিপোর্টস গুলো তুমি করেছো সেটা নিয়ে আজকে এই মঞ্চে দাঁড়িয়ে তোমার কি মতামত সেটা একটু জানাও।
আমরা তখন দেখেছিলাম সৌমশ্রী যে একটা আতঙ্কের পরিবেশ ছিল এসআইআর এ, বিশেষ করে যে মতুয়ারা বলছিলেন যে তারা শুনেছিলেন প্রথমে যে শুধুমাত্র মুসলিম সম্প্রদায়ের মানুষদের বাদ দেওয়া হবে নাম, কিন্তু পরবর্তীকালে দেখেন যে তাদের কাছে সেটা বড় প্রশ্ন হয়ে উঠছে, কারণ বিভিন্ন ভাবে তারা জানতে পারেন যে তাদের নামগুলো বাদ যাচ্ছে এবং এক্ষেত্রে যথেষ্ট তারা উদ্বিগ্ন ছিলেন। পরবর্তীকালে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে প্রধানমন্ত্রী নিজে এসে বনগাঁয় যে সভা করেন সেখানে তিনি প্রথম বিষয়টি রাখেন যে সিএ এর মাধ্যমে সকলকে নাগরিকত্ব দেওয়া হবে, কাউ নাগরিকত্ব কারা হবে না।
This lag in Joydeep's speech gives me the opportunity to translate for him. So what Joydeep says is that when he first visited these areas, Bagda and Gaighata, he saw palpable fear on the SIR among voters. And it is only after the Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the region and assured them that legitimate Hindu voters will not be removed, and it's just Muslim people somehow who are going to be removed from the lists, that they were assuaged somehow. I'll ask Apurna to once again come in to advise us a little bit about what the political equation here is like. For days, we've heard that the Matua vote bank is enormous, but is there some degree of lack of understanding in how this vote bank behaves amongst us in the mainstream?
I think one is the Matua vote bank is largely exaggerated. There I have seen reports earlier in earlier elections that Matua voters are like 2 crore, 3 crore. It's nothing like that. My estimate based on the numbers are around 60 to 80 lakh. It could, so it's not that. There are 13 or 14 seats where Matua votes are Matua votes are the dominant factor. Okay, so if you look at the number, that is not a very large number in terms of seats. But yes, Matua population for the SIR was a worry. Initially, there were the massive number of unmapping happened in the Matua bill. But when the SIR happened, after the result got published, we have seen that most of the names, I mean, the deletion happened, but not to that level, to the level of say a Malda or to the level of Murshidabad. That is one point. Second point is for the Mathuras, BJP was kind of they pushed the narrative that CAA would be CAA would help, it would help them to get citizenship. And I have seen that initially in 2024 when the CAA was launched or initiated, there are very few takers for CAA. Very few people had filled up the form. But after the SIR, there are people who actually filled up the form. That number actually got increased. So this is second part. Third part is that the people who have actually who are already made it to the list, for them it does not matter whether they are on the I mean, some of them are deleted or not. That memory is gone. That what we were seeing, that there will be people will be voting. It will be a revenge voting because of the harassment that they faced. But for Mathuas, that I don't see that is happening. There are two things. One is we are thinking of harassment here. We are talking about people who are used to standing in the lines. We have seen that in demonetization also, and these are the people who are at the lowest rate of the social hierarchy. So they are used to standing in the line, so in the queues. So that is one part. Second part is BJP has been using the politics of memory for a long time now. Before the SIR happened, we have seen the after the Bangladesh change happened in Bangladesh. The way one incident, the Dikudash murder, the way they played, they used the video, that was distributed across all these areas. So that also played a role among the Matuas. Again, it is a very early trend. We will not be able to see what happens after. At this moment, it would be too early to predict how it's going to happen. It's very early trend. But I don't think that because they face this much of trouble, they will change their voting all of a sudden, because BJP has been using this propaganda for the last 6-7 years. So,
and the fact that you mentioned that there is a very clear line of propaganda from the BJP also gives me the in to ask Joydeep another question, which is on his reporting from the same areas a few months ago. জয়দীপ, তুমি সিএ ক্যাম্পের ওপর রিপোর্ট করেছিলে এইসব জায়গা থেকে। The BJP was organizing camps at which voters could give money to apply under the CAA, which is patently illegal and which
হ্যাঁ, আমরা তো দেখেছিলাম, যে আমি নিজে গেছিলাম যে মতুয়াদের যে মূল কেন্দ্র, সেখানে 800 টাকা জনপ্রতি নিয়ে তাদের সিএ এর আপলোড করা হচ্ছে বিভিন্ন নথি, এবং বিনিময়ে তাদের ভোটার কার্ড করে দেওয়া হবে, এই বিষয়টা ছিল। কিন্তু প্রশাসনিক নির্যাতনের শিকার হতে হতো বিভিন্ন।
I think what Joydeep primarily told us is that when he visited CAA camps, which were being held by both factions of the Motuas, ones who are aligned with the TMC and ones under the sitting MP from BJP, he found that the voters were being charged rupees 800 to apply under the CAA so that they could remain in the electoral rolls. All of which leads me to ask you another question, Aparna, on the fact that a very unlikely person, Humayun Kabir, seems to be leading from Noida, where he's standing from. His newly minted Aam Janata Unnayan Party seems to be doing well from there. Humayun's role has been clearly overstated as ad nauseum in the lead up to the polls. But could we please get a picture of the extent of polarization in Bengal through this one character?
It's not really the polarization for Humayun's popularity. Humayun is loudmouth, but he has a loudmouth leader, and there is no reason for anyone to trust him. But yet, in 2019 he was contesting on a BJP ticket. Yet he won in 2021. So he's a very controversial figure, but I think he has built a cult around him. So I don't think AUJP would do very well across Murshidabad, but it's basically Humayun's own popularity that is there. This is one part. Second part is Babri is a very emotional issue among Muslims. It's not that they are fool to trust Humayun. Humayun's past records are with them. It's not that it would be foolish to think that Muslim would fall for Humayun, but there is an emotion around Babri Masjid, so that should not be ignored as well. So so that is the reason that there was huge number of people around when the foundation during the foundation lay ceremony of the Babri Masjid. But we have not seen that kind of crowd in Humayun's rally. Having said that, Humayun is strong in, I think, Rajinagar and Noida. So the early lead suggests that he is doing well because these are his strong areas. He is a local. He's a local there. He has good support system. So he has good support base and all that. So I would not put too much on that, on Humayun's overall influence. I don't think that would be there. So it's more of you can think an independent candidate winning. It's something like that.
Aparna, this is also the time for me to tell viewers what the EC's figures are lead-wise. So the BJP seems to be leading in 54 seats across Bengal, and the TMC is leading in 35. It's still early days right now. Bharatiya Gorkha Prajatantrik Morcha is leading in one seat, which I think is Kalimpong, and Humayun Kabir's Aam Janata Unnayan Party is leading in one. It's time for me to look towards New Delhi for a bit because I'm concerned. Seema Chishti, our editor, I am curious of how she feels about the fact that these polls will sort of in Bengal they'll act as a litmus test of whether there's any hope at all left in India of India continuing as an electoral democracy. And so we've continued to ask ourselves through our coverage of the SIR if this is going to be a verdict of the people at all. Seema, why do you think it's essential to keep our eyes on Bengal on results day?
I think you've kind of partly answered the question, Somashri. So it leaves us in a very difficult position because once results are announced, you owe it to the people and you owe it to yourself also to look for some credible political reasoning there as well. But if you know that the rules have been completely changed from the very start, from the choice of the electorate to how campaigning, how notices are issued, differential treatment to different parties, all the way to the counting stage has been compromised, how do you balance between seeing, is it, has Messi scored goals because the football field is like this? Or do we also say he's got good legs and he does play good football? So I think that is the question that actually leaves me slightly confounded. But I want to ask a question of you and of Aparna. What were the political reasons for Mamata Banerjee, after so many years at the helm, after 2011, to actually have been on the back foot, which the BJP may also have capitalized on? So, ceteris paribus and the SIR being whatever it was, were there good political grounds for thinking that the TMC was on the back foot? I'm curious about that.
Aparna, you've often talked about the corruption in the state, so I feel like you are well poised to answer this. How do you exactly feel the BJP could have got to the Mamata government without bringing up the SIR and the way in which it was conducted?
Two things here. One is that it's a 15 years, the government, it's in power for 15 years. Between 2021 and 2026, what happened was that one, that Bengal has seen multiple ministers, 3 or 4 ministers who went to jail. That is something that Bengal was not used to. That was there. The education system collapsed. You will see in the urban areas, BJP did, earlier BJP never did very well in the urban areas. In 2024 they did little well, but it was the greater Kolkata area is TLC bastion. What we are seeing is that in greater Kolkata area also, BJP is doing extremely well as of now. One of the reason could be also the Arjikar movement. Arjikar movement, we are seeing in Panihati, for example, Devnath is leading at this moment. So there could be some kind of middle class voters who have voted for Mamata Banerjee. They might have they might have changed their mind. I would say this is one part. Second part is corruption. SIR actually was able to give Mamata Banerjee an opportunity to shift focus from governance to something which she enjoys, being an opposition party leader, or fighting and portraying herself as an anti-establishment leader. If you look at Mamata Banerjee's election campaign and so forth, in November she led a rally against SIR. Since then, the party focused on SIR because that helped them to shift the focus from governance issue to SIR part. But in between, they increased the Lakhir Bhandar and they introduced Juboshati, which is basically an allowance for the unemployed. But you have to also understand, when the Juboshati started, there are 84 people 84 lakh people who initially, or even more than that, who had signed up for the Juboshati. That's basically, if we are looking at even if you include this 27 lakh people who were adult population, so that is like 1 in 7 signed up for an allowance. That actually is an alarming thing. We are if you look at this number, that is a very alarming thing. And if you look at these are below 40 people who have been signing up, that means apparently it would be like every third person is actually signing up for an allowance, a 1500 rupees allowance. That should be an alarming thing. Instead, they celebrated it is it's like that they are I mean, they would vote for that they are creating another beneficiary class. That, I think, is a miscalculation. Second part, unemployment was a major issue that the government ignored. If you look at the gig workers number, West Bengal has 42 Lok Sabha seats. West Bengal population, if you look at West Bengal's GDP, SDP, it does not make any sense for that West Bengal would have the highest number of registered gig workers in the state. But West Bengal did have that, and West Bengal is largely rural. Still, they have the largest number of gig workers. That basically means is that there is a massive unemployment crisis that was brewing. If you look at also the migrant worker, that all these issues, whatever they say, the KMC has portrayed the PMLA survey as it's a good indication of employment. I have seen that. I have gone into the detail of whatever that survey suggested, and it showed that there is a large scale unemployment that is happening in the state. So these are real issues that I feel would have some kind of impact. We only focused on SIR, we only focused on this, but those who had already made it to the list, we have to understand this, that is also, the 27 lakh people who were deleted, but the rest 6.9 lakh, 9 crore people made it to the list. For them, unemployment, corruption, safety, women's safety, those were major issues.
Aparna, thanks so much for giving us this primer on what we should be paying attention to. We will move with my colleague Shravasti and a special guest to other states and how these elections have been conducted in the first place. Before that, very quickly, BJP is leading in 63 seats right now, and TMC is at 37 seats as per the EC's website. We'll take a very short break with a very special video from my colleague Athira. And stay tuned. We'll be back with Aparna herself later in the day. Seema, thanks. We'll see more of you as well.
Thank you.
All states that went to polls in April witnessed a pretty high voter turnout, between 80 and 93%. And this was despite peak summer. In West Bengal, voting dates coincided with a heat wave, and there were reports of voters collapsing and at least 5 deaths. Now, science shows very clearly that heat waves are also a result of human activity and not just a meteorological or climate change phenomena. More concrete, more buildings, more built-up area, and decreasing green cover mean that urban areas heat up faster but are unable to cool down, contributing to more intense heat waves. And urbanization is a pan-India problem. So clearly, both climate and the environment are extremely important election issues. But they did not find enough space in party agendas or manifestos. In Kerala, for instance, there's coastal erosion on one side, heavy rainfall and landslides on the other, and human-wildlife conflict. But much of this went missing in party manifestos and agendas. In fact, citizen groups and NGOs put together an environmental charter for the state, something like a manifesto for ecological and climate resilient governance, and gave very actionable recommendations and urged political parties to take these up. But we didn't see any of that. We saw this trend in West Bengal too, even as a forum of 65 NGOs urged political parties to highlight key environmental concerns while campaigning for the assembly elections. And there are quite a few, from air pollution to unplanned urbanization to heat waves and intense bouts of rainfall due to climate change. In Tamil Nadu, the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam manifesto actually had some specifics, like its proposal to appoint heat officers in every district and city to ensure that appropriate actions are taken during heat waves. It has also promised 30% vehicle electrification by 2030 and even keeping 3% of urban lands aside as sponges for urban flooding. Now, the AIADMK, meanwhile, is pushing for more renewable energy, including rooftop solar subsidies. But scarily, it also talks of a wasteland development scheme that will function as a separate movement. We must remember that many productive ecosystems like grasslands and scrublands are labeled as wastelands and barren lands. So there's the problem of missing nuance in guarantees like this. That is also evident in the BJP's Assam manifesto. It talked about launching a comprehensive river rejuvenation mission, which includes rebuilding embankments using modern techniques and sluice gates, stabilizing river banks, reclaiming eroded land, and so on. But we've seen river rejuvenation missions and embankment projects in several BJP-ruled states. Look at the Sabarmati in Gujarat. The river is as good as dead and barely flows. Yes, flooding is a big issue in Assam, but tackling this needs more foresight, especially for a river like the Brahmaputra, where floodplains are extremely important for its flow. The BJP manifesto also spoke about developing sustainable satellite townships with climate-resilient urban infrastructure and extensive green recreational spaces. But how is it going to do all this? Again, no specifics. It also said it would implement the Forest Rights Act in letter and spirit. But there are serious concerns that this has not happened in the past 10 years of BJP rule. Just on April 17th, violence broke out in the Bodoland territorial region over an eviction drive in a forest area, despite people claiming that they have rights over their lands under the FRA.
Welcome back to The Wire. You're watching the live broadcast of the election results that are coming in from 4 states and 1 union territory. And joining me at this hour is Yogendra Yadav. He's a political activist as well as a former psephologist, and recently he doesn't want to be called a psephologist anymore. But thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Yadav. Let's get started with the numbers that we're seeing from West Bengal, which are being spoken about the most. Thank you, first of all, for taking out the time to speak with us. The West Bengal election, of course, and you have written about it, you have spoken about it, the fact that the election is being conducted under the shadow of the SIR. And what we are seeing right now, Mr. Yadav, is that the BJP is leading on 68 seats in the state and the Trinamool is leading on 39. Now, there was a degree of anti-incumbency, one could say, in after 3 terms of the Mamata Banerjee government. But the fact that the election has been conducted under the shadow of the SIR, the electorate has shrunk by 12%, and most importantly, 27 lakh voters were pending adjudication. How do you see the trends that are coming in at the moment?
Thanks for having me. I think we should begin discussing this election, especially in West Bengal and Assam, by remembering that we are not merely looking at popularity of political parties. In both these states, the elections have been very seriously affected by interventions from outside. In the case of Assam, it's delimitation, which doesn't seem to have been decisive. In Assam, the BJP seems to be cruising along for a very comfortable victory, which may have been slightly aided by the delimitation effect, I would say about 10 seats or so. But otherwise, this is a victory which is clearly backed by popular support. The story in West Bengal appears to be different. In West Bengal, I was looking at the latest being reported at the Decoder, which is giving more reliable information right now. In terms of percentages, they are saying that the vote percentage of BJP and TMC is almost identical. 44%, sometimes it's 44, 43, it's identical. Now look at the SIR thing. SIR accounted for more than 10 to 12% deletions in West Bengal. All of them were not arbitrary. All of them were not targeted. I would say part 1 of SIR deletion was a standard routine deletion which has taken place all over the country. But the final deletion of 27 lakh voters, which we all talk about, is clearly established to have been targeted deletion. Now, 27 lakh means about a little over 4% of the actual votes cast. And it is quite clear that the trends that we are witnessing are within that 4% band. So to my mind, any election result in West Bengal would be marred by this suspicion that it was not BJP, it was not TMC versus BJP, but it was TMC versus the Election Commission of India and the central government, which seems to be happening. There is no doubt that after the meltdown of the left in West Bengal, BJP moved in very fast to fill in that gap, which other parties failed to do so. But BJP's rise in West Bengal has been accompanied by 2 other factors other than its popularity. One is very sharp communal polarization, open, brazen spread of hatred. The kind of campaign the BJP launched in Assam and West Bengal is something which would not be permitted in any country in the world. So it's open, brazen inciting of violence and of hatred and communal prejudice. And second is a very open support from the Election Commission of India and the central government. So we do not know. I would still say that if the results are within the 4% band, then the Election Commission of India seems to be winning.
Because you mentioned the 4% gap, I also want to tell our viewers the vote percentage that we are seeing on the Election Commission's website at the moment is that the BJP has a vote share of 45.3%, while the Trinamool is at 40.82, which is close to what Mr. Yadav is mentioning at the moment. But I also want to ask you about the fact, since you have spoken about the support from the Election Commission, a major question that has also been asked is the fact that the gap between the polling day as well as the counting day. Now, for instance, in Bengal, the second phase has ended on April 29th, and today the counting is taking place on May 4th. But in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, elections took place early April, and the counting is taking place today on May 4th. How do you see this huge gap between the polling as well as the counting day?
When multiple states are polling, it is usual for the gap between the first phase of the first state and the final counting to be long. What is extraordinary about this time is the gap between the last phase of polling of the last state and the day of counting, which is 5 days, which normally is only 2 days. So that's unusual, but this is only one of the unusual things that has happened in this election when it comes to West Bengal. I mentioned the fact that the SIR deletions, no state had more deletions after the draft rolls were released. It's only West Bengal which has seen nearly 27 lakhs plus a little more deletions after the draft SIR vote list was released. All the transfers that have taken place, 95% of transfers of administrative and police officers have taken place in West Bengal. For roll observers, there were 30 roll observers in West Bengal and only 4 in Uttar Pradesh. 8,000 micro observers in West Bengal, none anywhere else. Only in West Bengal do we have this kind of a deployment of security forces and so on. So what we are looking at is an extraordinary intervention by the central government and by the Election Commission, which seem to be working in sync. In an election where the ruling party has extraordinary stake. So the credibility of the results that we are watching on the screen is something which is seriously under doubt. Incidentally, since you are looking at the Election Commission website, my friend tells me that for some reason, counting is fast in those constituencies where BJP is doing well. And it's been slowed down in constituencies where TMC is doing relatively well. So the Election Commission figures may be slightly misleading. Figures reported on some other channels seem to be slightly better in terms of percentages. I think we are looking at a neck and neck battle in terms of vote shares.
But also the fact is that you've said that this is an extraordinary election. The role of the Election Commission has come under question. But recently you also compared this election to how the Congress won in 1972, the election which the CPM has boycotted. You drew certain parallels to it. If you could explain to our viewers what you found similar between this election and that one.
No, that's just, not systematically, because 72 was... because in the history of India, there are 4 or 5 elections. There were 4 or 5 elections whose credibility was seriously under doubt. One in Punjab, one in Assam, one in Bengal, and one in Jammu and Kashmir, plus some more in Jammu and Kashmir. And I had said that, is that going to be repeated in West Bengal? This is the 1972 election in West Bengal, where the allegations were of open, brazen capture of votes, of counting irregularities. But mind you, those were the days of ballot paper, when various things could happen, which cannot happen now. We are looking at more sophisticated versions of rigging, of manipulating the election outcome. So no matter what the mechanism, because mechanisms of electoral fraud and rigging do change over decades and over years. But what we are witnessing is an election where the overall result seems to be compromised. In West Bengal, I would say so. In Assam, the BJP is winning. BJP has benefited from an illegitimate drawing of boundaries and delimitation. However, I would not say BJP's overall victory is sort of questioned by the benefit that it has received, because the illegitimate benefit that the BJP has received in Assam is of a smaller quantum, and the overall lead is substantial. In the case of Bengal, the illegitimate benefit that the BJP has derived is much bigger than the lead that we currently know. Therefore, the overall outcome is under a question mark.
But I also want to ask you, how important do you think the SIR has been to the BJP in the long term? Do you see this setting a template in a sense for future governments as well, even if perhaps one day we see the BJP moving out of power, that this sets a template to alter how elections can possibly take place ever in our democracy?
SIR has introduced a model of curation of voters list. In this country, we generally knew that voters tended to elect the government. SIR has reversed the process. Now the government can elect the voters. Government can decide who the voters will be. And once that is accepted, that of course completely overturns the presumption of democracy. So yes, it is very dangerous, and it is very sad that the Supreme Court has put its stamp of approval on this.
Very quickly, I want to ask you, I know because you have to leave us, you have given us very short amount of time. Very quickly, how do you see the trends that are coming in from Tamil Nadu, which is also contrary to what many observers had really seen over there? The fact is that as we are seeing trends, the TVK seems to be leading and the ADMK is coming second and the DMK is coming third. How do you see the trends over there? Because the SIR has also had an impact on Tamil Nadu, and the BJP and the TVK have tied up together. Do you see this as an SIR impact, or is there definite anti-incumbency against the DMK government, and the organizational rejuvenation of the ADMK and the TVK factor, which is really playing out in this election?
Tamil Nadu is a very, very major upset, although on the face of it, I do not detect any irregularity playing a role in the victory of what appears to be the victory of Vijay's party. It is a major upset because everyone thought DMK is coming back with a reduced majority and so on and so forth. But it is not an upset which is unknown to Tamil history. If you look at Tamil Nadu, this is how Annadurai came. This is exactly how the famous MGR came. So a film actor coming in to fill a political vacuum is not an unknown pattern in Tamil Nadu. What has happened here is that there is a growing unease with DMK. Call it anti-incumbency, call it problems of DMK's governance. At the same time, ADMK did not look like the party which would fill this gap because they were with the BJP. So there was a space for a third entrant, a known film star face, which is acceptable in Tamil Nadu, enters the fray. But let us not forget that it's not just a person who's coming in. We should not forget, number one, that the party TVK has taken an ideological stand. Vijay's position has been that while DMK is his political enemy, BJP is his ideological enemy. He has reaffirmed the ideology of Tamil nationalism and Dravidian nationalism. He has strongly spoken for secularism, for federalism, for caste census, and he counts Periyar as one of his icons. So while it is a regime transition in Tamil Nadu, it is not the kind of regime transition that BJP would have liked, because BJP version of nationalism is not acceptable in Tamil Nadu. It is decline of the duopoly of DMK and ADMK, largely because ADMK failed to fill the space that DMK was conceding. But it is not a move away from the model of Dravid politics which had been set in Tamil Nadu.
That's a very interesting point that you've made there, that because a lot of the conversation has shifted from that. And the fact is that, as you mentioned, TVK also champions the same Dravidian politics, even though the duopoly of the ADMK and the DMK might be broken if these trends hold. But final question before you go, the trends in Kerala seem to be showing that the government is likely to flip. The UDF is leading, and the LDF, which secured a record second term in the 2021 elections, is now looking to be voted out if the trends hold. So the Kerala model, once again, going back to its earlier template of flipping governments, how do you see the trends coming in from Kerala?
Nothing very surprising either in Kerala or in Assam, going by what the trends that were expected. The LDF had managed to hold on to power for the second term, which was very, very unusual for Kerala. From 1980 onwards, it's a standard oscillation. LDF had managed to hold it back once. They are unable to hold it back twice. The BJP was really hoping to have a breakthrough, but the last figures that I looked at were showing BJP at 13%, which is no improvement upon their last vote share. So the BJP is unable to get in. LDF is out, UDF is coming in. The question is whether it is just routine oscillation or has anything substantial changed in terms of the social base of voting. From what I have seen so far, it looks more like a routine oscillation with no substantial change in social base. The UDF, which does very well in the Lok Sabha election, has not yet been able to expand its social base. But one important thing is that because UDF is now headed for 90 plus seats, it would mean that it would be practically a Congress government, which would not be dependent on the allies in any significant way, which the previous UDF government was. And therefore, Congress would have a relatively more free hand in Kerala. But nothing very surprising and nothing which indicates any result of any manipulation of any kind, either in Tamil Nadu or in Kerala.
All right, Mr. Yadav, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time on this very busy morning. All right, so let's shift focus now to what's happening in the other states. I'm going to be soon joined by colleagues from who's going to analyze the trends coming in from Assam. But before that, let me quickly just tell our viewers what are the trends that we are seeing across the states. West Bengal, which is the most keenly eyed election over there. Right now, the BJP is leading on 94 seats and the Trinamool is leading on 55. In Tamil Nadu, TVK, which is the actor Vijay's party, is leading with 97, followed by the ADMK 66 and the DMK at 37. In Kerala, the UDF is leading, the Congress itself leading on 61, the left is trailing, and the CPM itself on 29. As well as Puducherry, let's talk about the NRC, which is leading on 7, and the BJP on 2, the Congress itself on 2, and DMK on 2. But let's shift focus now to Assam. My colleague Tamanna Nasir is joining us. She has covered Assam this election. She has traveled across Assam and she has brought us many ground reports, which you can head over to the Wire's website to read. And might I just add that the Wire website is also putting out the live election trends. So please do read the Wire's website for that as well. And we are also being joined by Khogin Kalita. He is a senior journalist in Assam. Thank you so much to the two of you for joining us. Tamanna, I want to start with you, but before I come to you, let me just tell our viewers what the trends in Assam are. At the moment, the BJP is leading on 78 seats and the Congress is trailing on 25, not really mentioning the allies, just the major two parties. Tamanna, how do you see the trends? Your first comments on the trends. The fact is that Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, we were speaking about this earlier, has led a very communally charged campaign. We have seen beginning from AI generated videos where he has envisioned Assam without Muslims, to that very problematic video where he was seen shooting at firing a pistol, in fact at a caricature of Gaurav Gogoi, and to the campaign itself, which was extremely communal. The last 5 years he has made it a point to attack Mia Muslims in every possible public forum. But there's also been a combination of the fact that delivery of the welfare schemes has also been a huge factor in this election. You have covered this closely. Tamanna, how do you see the trends right now, and do you see this as a result of a combination of these two factors? Tamanna, I think you're on mute. If you could just unmute yourself. All right, we'll go back to Tamanna in just a moment. An audio glitch over there. I'm also being joined by Mr. Khogin Kalita. He is a senior journalist. He's joining us right now. Mr. Kalita, I want to come to you on the trends that we are seeing right now. The BJP seems to be leading on 78 and the Congress on 25. Now, the trends seem to be keeping up with what was expected, that the BJP would get a third straight term. But what I wanted to ask you is that the Himanta Biswa Sharma government has packaged itself on two fronts. One is a communally charged campaign where he has made it a point to attack Mia Muslims in every possible public forum, and on the other is the delivery of the welfare schemes. Do you see the trends that are holding right now a combination of these two factors?
Samasti, first thing that the plan of Himanta Biswa Sharma of communalizing the situation has been failed. What the second option is like they are working on this developmental issues. They are making some issues of development done by his government. So I think it has worked. But the first thing is that communalizing of the situation that has not been worked. But I must say that opposition, though there was some anger in people's mind against the government, but opposition could not capitalize those anger of people against the government. So I think it was expected what is happening. Okay,
All right, we'll come back. Mr. Kalita, I'll just come back to you in a moment. My colleague Tamanna is also joining me. Tamanna, I was asking you that if you can hear me, I was asking you that how far is the results that we are seeing right now a result of Himanta Biswa Sharma's communal rhetoric combined with his delivery of welfare schemes? Mr. Kalita was just telling us that the communal pitch has not worked as much. It has been, even though it has been a big factor in the election. Since you have covered the state this time, tell us about how you are seeing these trends and what's really worked in the BJP's favor.
So the communal rhetoric was not really aimed at the domestic voters. It's widely seen as something that the chief minister was trying to please his bosses, and in fact there was a sort of a discomfort among the local voters. Even the chief minister's supporters, they were not comfortable with his language. That's one factor. The biggest thing is in Assam, what has played the major part in this result is the rupees 9,000 dispersal just 5 days before the announcement of the elections. This is a model that the BJP has been following in other states as well. And in rupees 9,000 was given to like 4 women, and Assam is a poor state, and it's like giving 9,000 to women who do not have easy access to money, that has plays a big role. Now what is more crucial is how these beneficiaries were selected. It's not like in Karnataka where it's an universal dispersal. In Assam, people have been selected based on certain criteria, and now if we do a ground level study, or if we talk and go like in my reports also, it's mentioned, in other people have also pointed out that the BJP has sort of seen who can be their vote bank, who can be turn into their vote bank, and that's how people have been selected. There are many people who are not been given any money through any government schemes, because they're not seen as supporters of the Saffron party. So that's the biggest reason why we are seeing this result. Currently, I think around in 70 seats the BJP is leading. The second reason is, in Assam people depend on government jobs. And traditionally, there was this belief that you have to give a lot of bribe to get a government job. In recent years, that has also changed. And in a way, people do give credit to the chief minister for this. Although there are many corruption charges against his family, it's widely known. And, he is sort of, there are rumors against his family also, and there are charges. But largely, the job factor has also
worked in the BJP's factor. Third is infrastructure. The many roads, the water, drinking water is a big problem in many villages. You don't have access to drinking water, but rural roads have been constructed. And if you come to a city like Guwahati, there are flyovers, although even recently flooding has, caused havoc in the city. But the big flyovers, they are seen as a development model, or they are seen as things that have been done by the current government, although many of these works were started by the Tarun Gogoi government. So a combination of these factors, welfare schemes, some infrastructure push, and jobs which were given to some people, although they've been wide rural migration is there because of lack of jobs. Even people who are educated are forced to go out and work in the unorganized sectors in cities like Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi. But because some people have got job without paying bribe, it's seen as a positive. So these mainly are the factors, I would say.
Stay on with us, Tamanna. Mr. Kalita, I want to come back to you. Now, Tamanna, of course, has listed several factors that has worked in Himanta Biswa Sharma's favor, including the infrastructure development as well as delivery of welfare schemes. But the fact that you mentioned earlier was about the disarray that the opposition has found itself in. Now, it's been 10 years since 2016 that the Congress has been out of power. This time, we saw two key leaders, Bhupen Bora as well as Pradut Bordoloi. They left the party just before the election. After that, there was also a lot of delay in stitching up the alliances among the opposition. So, how do you see the Congress and the opposition's prospects? Is it a leadership crisis, the desertion of leaders, or is it just a failure on part of the opposition to resonate at the grassroots level?
Leadership crisis in opposition, including Congress and other parties, other opposition parties also. And what I have understood that after coming to power in 2016, BJP came to power in 2016. After that, they have structured their organization in every way. That's why Bhupen Bora, who joined Congress just before the election, just before the nomination filing, that Bhupen Bora is also probably he'll win the election. That Pradut Bordoloi, he's also winning the election because of a good infrastructure, good organizational structure in the party. So these things, what BJP has done, what Congress has not done after their defeat in 2016. So this is basically a organizational teamwork, organizational structure, and their last, if you see, we have seen here every day, you can say every day BJP has some programs. They have involved the women community with their beneficiary schemes. So people are being benefited by this government. You can say 40 lakhs, 40 lakhs family. They are in the beneficiary schemes. They have got freebies from the government. So they have nothing in Congress tenure. They did not get this kind of things. Now they are getting these freebies from these government part. So they are non-hesitant to vote for BJP. Basically, though there are so many things have been discussed, but opposition, again I am telling you that opposition have not been able to capitalize those you can say grievances. There are so many grievances. Even if you see just before the election, 2 or 3 days, uh, Congress leveled some big allegations against Chief Minister and his family. But we have seen that it has not uh, been worked because as a capitalization of these allegations, they have not been able to influence the voters. So these are the technical things which opposition could not capitalize. There are so many grievances. Even if you see these Congress, then
I'll come back to Mr. Kalita in just a bit. There's an issue with his connection over there. But Tamanna, I want to come back to you that the opposition camp was banking on the Congress's tie-up with the Raijor Dal as well as the AGP, which had contested separately as the third front last time. And they were looking to rebuild in Upper Assam, especially in the Ahom region where leaders of all three allies are contesting from. Now, they face a tough battle because of the reach of the Himanta government in this area, the welfare scheme, including those for tea garden communities, which is a very important vote bank over there, and have played a decisive role on some accounts, is also a bellwether constituency in that sense, that whole belt over there. So how do you see the opposition's performance in terms of campaigning over there? Has it managed to strike a chord, or do you think that the Himanta Biswa Sharma's government's schemes were so well entrenched that even the demands for higher wages for tea garden workers, or even the ST status that was being promised by the Congress, did not really strike a chord?
In Upper Assam region, the alliance was expected to do really well, but the main issue was, as pointed out by many political experts, the alliance was announced very late. It was just days before the elections. Although Raijor Dal and AJP both did have a solid base in multiple of the constituencies of the Upper Assam region, but because of the late announcement of the alliance, and then the candidates were announced also late, right after the alliance announcement, that's why it could not, the Congress-led alliance could not really benefit from this. Besides that, obviously the welfare schemes like throughout Assam, these did have an impact, and even in Upper Assam. Besides that, when we talk about the tea tribes, the government announced that they will give land pattas. So what happens is these tea workers, they live in quarters allotted by the tea estates. So now the government said that they will be handed over the land pattas for these quarters that they live in. There is a certain amount of uncertainty among the tea workers. They have this doubt whether they will get it or not, because only a form has been handed over to them, and they are finding it extremely complicated, and it's sort of like they have to fill up the form, they have to ensure that they have done everything properly from their end, and then only the government will give them the pattas. Although the announcement was made that they will be just given the pattas, they didn't realize that it will be such a complicated process, which they are saying that it is quite a complicated process now. But this has there has been this sort of a campaign. A word has been spread that if the BJP is not voted back to power, then they might not get the land pattas. So this fear is there, that if they are not voting for the BJP, they will not be given the lands. If they do not vote for the BJP, they won't be getting any benefit from any welfare scheme if the BJP is voted back to power. And now these days with EVMs, it can be easily seen which areas voted for which party. Like, you cannot relate voter to the vote, but you can sort of make out which areas have voted for which party. And this factor has been used by the BJP nicely in all the areas in Assam, and they are pointing it out that if you do not vote for us, you will not be getting any benefits from any scheme. And in fact, there is this eviction fear also.
So all that has played a role, and that's the reason why we are not seeing any major result of the coalition.
All right. And thanks, Tamanna. I want to come back to Mr. Kalita now. Sir, I want to ask you that the fact is, of course, the BJP has benefited from its allies, as well as the fact that the welfare schemes have been delivering. And as Tamanna has been pointing out, it's been a combination of factors. But an interesting point about all of this is that Himanta Biswa Sharma, despite his high-pitched communal rhetoric, which, as Tamanna pointed out, is not so much for the domestic audience in Assam, but also to pitch himself as a major leader, national leader, with his eye on the 2029 elections. But is Himanta Biswa Sharma secure in his seat as the chief minister? Because as we have seen, that Sarbanand Sonowal, who won the election in the previous round in 2021, was not made chief minister. In fact, he was moved to the center. Is Himanta Biswa Sharma facing competition from his colleagues in the BJP, including Dilip Sakya, who is the BJP president, as well as Sonowal himself?
Yeah, Shravasti, it's a $1,000,000 question whether Himanta Biswa Sharma will be able to keep his seat as chief minister, because we have seen so many things in BJP tenure. Their functioning style is different from other parties. So, but in Assam, there is you can say at this point of time that like rumor that Himanta may be replaced as chief minister. But one thing is clear, because some of the leaders from center, then state also, they are facing some awkward situation due to Himanta's rhetoric statements, like Kunki's mother, that one candidate in central Guwahati. She's a 27-year-old girl. So what happened? That Kunki's mother, she eats beef. Like this kind of statement was made by the chief minister, and some senior BJP leaders whom we have talked, uh, they have said he's pushing us to a awkward situation, saying all these things, and center also. Uh, One thing which I want to bring you notice: Congress leaders centrally, Pawan Khera and others, Bhupesh Baghel, they leveled some serious allegations against Himanta Biswa Sharma and his family members, like their investment in other countries, then passport from other countries. So these were the serious allegations against them. But we are surprised that BJP central leadership, they have not come forward to defend Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma. So you can imagine, at least we can imagine that in the coming days they will not come forward to keep Himanta Biswa Sharma in his present seat. Sarvasti?
All right, that's a very interesting point, Mr. Kalita, that you are raising, is that despite the corruption allegations that have been raised against Himanta Biswa Sharma, the BJP central leadership has not come to his defense. In fact, we have seen Himanta Biswa Sharma has been fighting a lone battle in that sense, and he has been defending himself and his family. But as the trends show right now, his campaign and his delivery of his welfare schemes, as well as the combination of the alliances, seems to have worked in the state, of course, in combination with the fact that the opposition alliance has not managed to put up a fight as was expected. The BJP right now leading on 77, the Congress on 25. So we'll leave it at that for the moment. I want viewers to take a short while to look at a report filed by my colleague Siddhi, and on the other side of that, my colleague Janvi will be joining you with the trends from the southern states.
At a time when the political atmosphere in Bengal is sharply polarized thanks to the election, with leaders of the ruling Trinamool Congress and opposition Bharatiya Janata Party having left no stone unturned to convince the voter that they belong to entirely opposing ends of the political spectrum, an issue that affects ordinary residents of the state appears to unite both the parties. Madhusudan Chatterjee in a multimedia article highlights how rampant sand mining in and around two of Bankura's rivers, the Damodar and the Dharakeswar, is devastating ecosystems, farmland and livelihoods. Villagers allege that a powerful syndicate backed by leaders from both the parties and aided by complicit officials is driving widespread illegal extraction. Unregulated mining has altered river flows, caused deadly accidents and swallowed homes and farmland. Despite clear violations and massive daily profits, authorities remain largely inactive. The Dharakeswar River, flowing past Sabanpur village in Bankura, has shrunk to a narrow channel. Its riverbed lies exposed, dominated by sand. Nearby, excavators scoop sand from the riverbed. It is loaded onto tractors and trucks and transported along the makeshift roads built across the river itself. We work all day for only rupees 300. If we refuse, the owner's men come to our homes and force us to return, says Sukhdev, a local worker. It is a matter of curiosity that the two parties, engaged in a pitched battle on issues like communalism and the special intensive revision of roles during the elections, appear to be in cahoots in this area. At the Damodar River near Durgapur, the scale of mining is even more visible. Sand-laden trucks move through the riverbed along a road carved through the river itself. This is a daily operation involving hundreds of trucks. According to National Green Tribunal regulations, construction within a riverbed is prohibited and mining is not permitted within 1 kilometer of bridges, says scientist Joydev Chand. Yet these violations continue openly. For years, sand extraction has altered the river's course. Now the damage is devastating, says Manmotho Kritanya, a marginal farmer. Entire stretches of fertile land have been swallowed by the river. Thousands living along its bank face growing uncertainty. Unregulated mining has also created deep hidden pits in the riverbed where people have drowned. According to officials, sand worth nearly rupees 50 crore is extracted from these riverbeds every day. Residents allege that this vast trade is sustained through the involvement of political leaders, officials, and sections of the police. Sand extraction continues from early morning until late at night. Trucks and tractors transport sand through village roads, damaging infrastructure and increasing the risk of fatal accidents. In the past 10 years, at least 20 people have been killed after being hit by a sand-laden truck, says Manoj Chakrabarti, a resident of Sonamukhi and a leader of Sara Bharat Krishak Sabha Bankura district. Workers and drivers allege that vehicles often carry more than the permitted limit, and a large portion of the sand is transported without official documentation. Despite directives to regulate the trade, including installing surveillance at mining sites, little has changed on the ground. Authorities say they are aware and have conducted enforcement drives, but across Bankura, mining continues unabated, reshaping rivers, endangering lives, and leaving communities to bear the cost. Read the full report by Madhusudan Chatterjee on the Wire's website.
Welcome back to our live coverage and to this segment where we're going to be focusing on the southern states and Puducherry. I'm very happy to be joined by my colleague Pragya in the studio, as well as senior journalist Kavita Muralidharan, editor of the South First Anusha Ravi Sood, and senior journalist Shaji M. Joseph online. Thank you all so much for joining me. I want to start by talking about what are perhaps the most surprising of the results we're seeing today, which is what's happening in Tamil Nadu. The TVK is currently leading in 105 seats, according to the Election Commission website. The majority mark in the state is 118. So perhaps if it continues in this way, it's going to edge very close to that number, maybe even on its own. Superstar Vijay is leading in both of the constituencies that he is contesting. That's Perambur and Trichy East. Kavita, I want to come to you first on this. Currently the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is trailing in his own constituency. How surprising is this? Was this a wave that was visible?
No, this was not a visible wave at all, Janvi. I think all the journalists, all the analysts in Tamil Nadu who had their ear to the ground, they missed a huge point. They missed that there has been an either it's a huge anti-incumbency, or the fact that we failed to correctly judge how the Gen Z generation has voted. I mean, we did hear tales about how children were making their parents promise that they'll vote for the TVK this time, even though they can't vote. They were making their parents, they were making their grandparents promise that they'll vote for TVK this time. But we all thought this was some social media thing, and it won't have a great impact on the ground. I mean, we were sure that TVK will have some kind of impact. I thought, after MGR, there is no on-screen personality from Tamil cinema who's made this kind of wave. So basically, I thought even if Vijay manages to get 15-20%, I thought it was a huge number. But this is something completely unexpected. We didn't expect this kind of results, and I don't know. We thought DMK's first place was like solid. The competition is for the second place between the TVK and the ADMK. Now everything is kind of topsy-turvy. We don't know what's going to happen. As if the trends continue, we'll have Vijay as chief minister, and that's I don't know. Vijay doesn't have experience. Friends call me and said, like, you've been speaking against Vijay. I said, I have nothing against Vijay personally. It's just that we have not seen him do the right kind of things in Karur. Even when he was in cinema, I have not seen him do the right kind of things. His films were like largely anti-women. And, and after he became a politician, he was a weekend politician. He was a part-time politician. Even this election, he didn't campaign properly like the other leaders did, like Stalin or Edappadi Palaniswamy did. For every one day he campaigned, he took 2 or 3 days off. But this is a wave. Even despite all this, if Vijay is managing to win, this is a wave, and I think we've failed in our judgment. And two, but the real challenge for Vijay abides only now. He'll have to pick his ministers. Running a government, running an administration is not an easy thing. So he'll have to pick his ministers. He'll have to decide about the bureaucratic setup. There's a lot of challenges that is waiting for him. We need to see how he's going to cope.
Yeah, Anush, I want to ask you also, we're seeing the DMK currently leading only in 40 seats. This is obviously a very big fall from where it was, not only holding government, but even in terms of vote share. It's gone from about 38% last time. Currently, it's showing around 23%, though these are, of course, still early trends in terms of vote share, and we will see how this goes. But the AIDMK is at 66 seats, and the TVK now at 105. Was this kind of anger against the sitting government visible? Was the fact that so much of their campaign was focused on the union and the issues of federalism, the delimitation matter, is that something that perhaps didn't resonate?
There is no denying that the DMK has been a government that has invested in populist measures, welfare measures aimed especially at women and girls. However, there is also no denying the fact that the DMK government has more often than not found itself on the wrong side when it comes to caste crimes, when it has come to corruption, when it has come to nepotism, of course, which is a raging issue cutting across party lines. But in Tamil Nadu particularly, the DMK is primarily seen as a party that promotes nepotism, that promotes people with a family name more than merit itself. While all of this is true, there is also no denying the fact that Tamil Nadu has a penchant for voting out the incumbent. There have been exceptions, no doubt, but overall, it is a state that wants to give opportunities to different political parties, and I do believe that Vijay has been a beneficiary this election of that sentiment of either voting out the incumbent or giving opportunity to fresher parties, to fresher faces. Like I said, there have been exceptions, of course. It's almost as if history repeats. I agree with Janvi when you say the counting is still underway. If you actually look at the margins in more seats than not, the margins are really thin. In some seats, the margin is just about 50 votes. And we are still, perhaps another hour and a half, you'll have a better picture. But something that you really cannot take away from the TVK is the fact that it has retained the highest number of vote share in all the votes counted so far. And there are very few political parties across the country, not just in Tamil Nadu, who can claim to have made such a huge impact, to have actually moved the ground in the way that TVK has. If the trends hold, naturally, you perhaps will look at a broken mandate in Tamil Nadu if the scales don't tilt and if this is the trend that is set and if this is how things are going to move forward. But I do believe there will be some changes to the trends as we see now, as counting moves to more dynamic constituencies that are in favor of conventional political parties. What you see right now, as I believe, is definitely a reflection of Tamil Nadu's mood or overall penchant for voting out the incumbent, conventionally voting out the incumbent. As you would also see, of course, a lot of exit polls did tell you that DMK might end up being the largest, the party with the largest votes, except one, which was Access My India. However, not even Access My India anticipated that DMK will slip to the third position. Everybody anticipated that the ADMK perhaps will be the party every cutting across all except I suppose one splits media had predicted that DMK will come on top perhaps mostly, and AIDMK will be the party that will be at the third position. But the trends right now show you that the DMK has absolutely is probably gobsmacked, and the supporters of the DMK as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Pragya, perhaps you would like to comment on this. Tamil Nadu is a state that we all watch for having this history of Dravidian politics, these two strong parties. Of course, power has shifted between the two, but they come from with this base, this history. And now Vijay has entered the fray. Everyone knew that he has this mass popularity, of course, because of his films, but he has not really espoused an ideology very strongly. He has talked about little bits and pieces there, but I don't think anyone could very clearly say what he stands for or what his government might look like. Is it surprising that a state which is known for a history like that is now going this way?
Well, it's surprising to me, and I'm sure to a lot of other people who are in the state and beyond. Perhaps what we'll find later on, once the election results are fully out, is that this was a micro election where absolutely local level issues, came to the prominence. But as far as the Dravidian angle is concerned, Vijay was very careful. He was very careful not to take a stand on many issues which were seen to be going against the DNK, which is surprising. So caste violence, he doesn't speak up. On women's issues, he doesn't speak up. And, our colleague just said that, he didn't speak up much. He would go silent for 2 days. In fact, the allegation against him was that he went silent once for 72 days after the stampede in which so many people died. So it is a surprise in that sense, that why does a silent person on issues that are set to move the election has done so well. And perhaps that is why maybe there was a sense of too much of gloom and doom. I also want to add that some of the national level issues that the DMK, like many other state governments, has had to contend with, their center state, sort of tug of war on very meaningful issues, including welfare, including how to spend the state resources, including how devolution would occur, delimitation would happen, and the SIR. So when a state government is caught up in these issues, it naturally has to respond to them. And so maybe that's where the ball slipped from their hands.
Yeah. I do want to move now to talking about Kerala, where we have been seeing quite clear trends in favor of the Congress-led UDF. It's currently leading in 83 seats. That's very comfortably ahead of the 71 majority mark. And in fact, here too, the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan, is trailing in his seat, Madam. Shaji M. Joseph, thank you. I know you have joined us as well. And several experts before these elections were seeing this perhaps going the UDF way. Was this the scale of victory that you had also imagined?
In fact, look, the victory to which the UDF is now moving to looks to be something that could even reach 100 seats out of the 140 seats of the the Legislative Assembly. You see, the victory of the UDF was almost predicted in Kerala after 10 years of the LDF government. But what is now being revealed to us in terms of the result that is pouring in is that the LDF has not been even able to hold on to its traditional fortresses. For example, in the northern part of Kerala, where the LDF, particularly CPIM, has got a very good, hold in terms of, votes and seats. Even in those traditional seats, they are losing. For instance, as you rightly said, the chief minister himself, for the first time in that constituency, where he had won by a margin of 50,000 votes in 2021 election, the chief minister is trailing by around 1,000 odd votes. When it comes to the central Kerala, the UDF has made a complete sweep of most of the districts. Districts like Ernakulam, out of the 14 seats, sometime back when I was looking at it, all the 14 seats the UDF was leading. Now a few changes have come up. So here is a state where after 10 years of the LDF rule, the public reaction has been completely negative to the government and to the chief minister himself. It was all projected that the LDF will have a face-saving victory in Kerala this time. But things do not look to be that. That means the government, the CPIM and its allies are losing very badly. The public anger now seems to be completely, symbolizing the loss of faith in the government and its performance. Now the problem with the UDF coming up, it has already started. That I am told, I am sitting in Trivandrum right now. The UDF is not a cohesive unit. This is a very loose-knit alliance. As always, the kind of, the lapses that we see in the alliance led by the Congress is very visible now already in Kerala. The formation of the government for the Congress-led UDF is not going to be easy. Even before the election had taken place, the skirmishes had, personal skirmishes, personal ambition had already begun in the Congress-led UDF, because the Congress has got 3 senior leaders vying to emerge the chief minister candidate. But all said and done, the leader of the opposition, Mr. V.D. Sadisan, seems to be the darling of the public, especially the Congress workers, to emerge as the chief minister candidate. Of course, K.C. Venugopal, who has his hold at the center at the High Command, he is also a front player. He is also a favorite for this. All said and done, in this election, as the result pouring, be very sure that the LDF government has been completely negated by public opinion. The public has rejected the leadership of the government led by CPIM. Therefore, I'm sure the number will nearly touch 100 in an hour's time, because already what I am learning is the UDF is leading hugely in 97 seats, and the LDF is getting reduced to 39, which is a loss of face for the government.
Right, but perhaps in some ways 2021 was a different election in Kerala, in that otherwise, every 5 years we were seeing the state change party. So the fact that one chief minister, one party was in power for 10 years perhaps did lead to more anti-incumbency than the state is used to, and it is not used to seeing the same government in power for that amount of time. I wanted to come to Anusha Ravi Sood also on this. Anusha, Shaji and Joseph was talking about the 3 senior leaders of the Congress. There's K.C. Venugopal, there's Ramesh Chennithala, and there's, of course, V.D. Satishan. We have been seeing what some have been reading as, them already sort of making their bid to become chief minister. There's an autobiography of K.C. Venugopal that was released. There's a film, a documentary on him that actually was finally stalled. It was not released before the elections. Ramesh Chennithala has this political podcast. VD Satishan has these long Facebook posts where he's, talking about his thoughts and his ideology. Do you think this may lead to some sort of tussle in government formation, or now that they have this rather resounding victory that's seeming quite likely, things will settle down?
As you would ask, convention would tell you that the Congress is a party that has more often than not seen a lot of dissidents after it has won a particular election. But this time around, it seems the party, at least with Kerala in mind, took a set of decisions to avoid such a confrontation. The first thing that the party did was to decide that it is not going to give assembly seat tickets to MPs, whether you're KC Venugopal, whether it is Shashi Tharoor, because let's remember his name was also doing the rounds for the top post in Kerala, and he was very open about his ambition of leading the state of Kerala as chief minister for a very long time. But the Congress has chosen not to field any of its MPs to kind of keep that competition healthy, if you want to call. Also, the Congress in Kerala does not have anymore a leader like Oman Chandy. That means the party has to now not just make a call by itself, but it also has to take into confidence its allies. An ally like the IUML, which is a huge strength to the Congress in Kerala, must have a say in who should be heading, say, a UDF government in Kerala if the numbers, if voters have chosen ultimately the party. But as my understanding goes and my conversations with a lot of leaders in Kerala, in Congress goes, the idea that the party had was all based on numbers. Say if the seats that the Congress is going to win or the UDF is going to win is closer to the halfway mark, which makes it slightly more difficult to keep a house united, which opens up the party, as we know, most often than not, other than the BJP, all other parties have been victims of horse trading, victims of instability post-election. The Congress, in its mind, as I understand, had this equation that if the number of seats that it wins is closer to the halfway mark, then its choice of candidate will be different, will be somebody who has a larger stature, who has more command, who's somebody who's able to work with all the allies and also quell dissidence and rebellion within the party. And that is where you see perhaps leaders who are closer to the central leadership of the Congress come into play. But if the numbers are huge, like what Mr. Shaji was saying, if the numbers are landslide, then it is absolutely perhaps going to stay with somebody who's popular in the state. And why somebody like the leader of the opposition now, Mr. Satishan, comes right on top, because he has a great working relationship even with allies. And in the by-elections that Kerala saw earlier last year, his choice of candidates have proven him to be a leader who's capable of picking and choosing leaders for the party who can win them elections. And perhaps that is what is ultimately going to give Kerala its new chief minister, if these numbers hold, of course.
Yeah. Now, before we move back to talking about Tamil Nadu, because I think there's a lot to discuss there, I do want to ask Shaji M. Joseph a little bit about the BJP campaign in Kerala. The BJP is currently leading in 3 seats in Kasaragod, Palakkad, and Nemam. And we saw them this time, specifically campaigning in some seats. Their campaign was not very broad; it was quite focused. If it does go on to win these seats, currently the margins are not very big, so we'll have to see how this goes. How much of a victory is that for a party that hasn't really had a foothold in the assembly elections in Kerala?
Look, the BJP, more than trying to mobilize its force in the state, the BJP is facing a war within itself. The state leaders of the BJP do not like to see eye to eye. So what their strength is equivalent to the strength they are spending in their respective seats where they are contesting. They would also be spending their time, energy, and money to ensure that the rival leader in the party is defeated in the seat where he is contesting. Now look at the situation in Palghat. Shobha Surendran is the sore of is an eyesore for other party leaders in the state. Look at K. Surendran fighting in Manjeshwaram. The former state chief. He does not have a support from the current or the present leadership of the party in the state. Nemam is a seat where the BJP can still hope to win this time. But I don't think neither Palghat nor Manjeshwaram or Kalakutam, where the former president V. Muralidharan is fighting. The BJP is going to make it to the final point. Nemam, of course, where Chandrasekharan is fighting. He could win that seat because he has a very big BJP support in that area. The problem with the leaders who are fighting in the BJP in different seats in Kerala, in the seats where they are fighting, the party apparatus does not seem to be having or favoring them. This is where the BJP in Kerala is not able to make a big mark in the elections. The BJP has got a big problem in Kerala because of the party's inability to cut a space for the party in the respective areas of their strength. You go to northern Kerala, the BJP or the RSS is up against the CPIM cadres in that area. That is why the RSS or the BJP comes to public discourse because of the conflict with the CPIM, rather the DYFI. When it comes to central Kerala, the BJP is banking on its allies like the BDVS or the 2020. In central Kerala, the BJP does not have much stake. You come down South Kerala, the BJP has got a very good positioning in districts like Trivandrum. In Trivandrum, the BJP will be putting up a very good show. I am sure the BJP stands to lose some of its vote share compared to 2021 assembly election when the last vote is counted in Kerala this time.
I want to go back to Kavita to talk about Tamil Nadu a bit. Kavita, I know you also need to leave soon. I was watching an earlier program you'd done before the results, and you were talking about how you think one of the reasons for Vijay's popularity as a political leader and not as a movie star is the depoliticization of the state. The fact that, for instance, student union politics now have taken such a backseat, don't exist in most universities.
Yeah.
Would you stand by that? And do you think that is what we're seeing the result of today? Because now it does seem like it couldn't only be young voters who have been pushed towards the TVK.
See, young voters have significantly influenced their families also. That is a very important thing. Women have voted for Vijay. I mean, it's very apparent. So, see, what I see is MGR had a solid women vote bank. Women were voting for MGR till he was alive. And Jayalalitha had a rapport with the women in Tamil Nadu. So, one of the reporters who was on ground also told me that the connect that Vijay had with women, or the women had with Vijay rather, especially, was something similar to Jayalalitha. They saw him as a brother or that kind of person. It was personal. That I didn't even want to believe, but I would still say the depoliticization of students in Tamil Nadu, which is known for its very vibrant student politics. We had our anti-India agitations led by the students in Tamil Nadu, and we've had very solid women leaders in Tamil Nadu in the Dravidian movement. Like they were like really fiery leaders in Tamil Nadu. And this is a huge setback. It's a huge fall that the students are depoliticized, the youth are depoliticized. There's nobody to student politics is absolutely absent today. The campus politics is absolutely absent today. There's no election happening in the campus. So that is what led to. So the vacuum created is filled by film personalities, and people don't realize what they are losing out. See, once Vijay, maybe if he forms a government, once he is in power for 5 years, only then they'll understand what we are missing as a state. The kind of progress that Tamil Nadu has made today didn't come overnight. It didn't happen overnight. It took some 50, 60 years. And about your earlier question to Anusha on delimitation, I don't think those had an impact in Tamil Nadu. Opposition to the BJP. The BJP is like last time they won 4 seats. Now today they are leading in 3 seats only. I think El Murugan is trailing as of now. El Murugan is trailing. The union minister is trailing. So BJP doesn't have an impact in Tamil Nadu. Opposing center or the BJP at national level will not have an impact in Tamil Nadu. I mean, it will have an impact in favor of the state, in favor of the Dravidian party. So that is not the factor here, And I still think even if Vijay comes to power, depending on on his advices, he would still choose to oppose the BJP. That's what I'm hearing. He would still choose to stand against the DMK and the BJP. That is, he's made it very clear from the beginning. If I mean, if I think he is leading now in 107 seats. So if he manages to kind of get a majority on his own, 118, then I think he can still kind of oppose the. Though I still don't find him ideologically solid. He's still not very clear about his ideology, and it will take a long time. Maybe Vijay is also a one election wonder. You never know. Like, people will realize it's better to go back to the bipolar thing that Tamil Nadu is so used to. Also, voting the incumbent back to power has never happened in Tamil Nadu except in 2016, where we had another external factor. We had this Makkal Nala Kutani, People's Welfare Alliance, a broad-based third front by the left, Vijay Gant and other parties, which played spoil sport then, and Jayalalitha came back to power. So all of us thought that Vijay is going to play the similar role, and he will help DMK come back to power. Apart from the fact that DMK's welfare schemes were kind of popular on the ground, and this is really surprising, Janvi, because I really can't understand what's happening, but I still believe depoliticization of campus led to this. It's one of the factors that led to this, definitely.
Thank you so much, Kavita Muralidharan, Anusha Ravisood, and Shaji M. Joseph for joining us. I'm just going to do a quick roundup of the numbers as we stand right now at 11:45 a.m. In Assam, the BJP and NDA are in a clear lead. So also in West Bengal, the BJP is far ahead, currently at 156, while the TMC is at 84. In Tamil Nadu, as we've been discussing, the TVK is now at 108 seats, while the AIDMK is at 63 and the DMK at 41. In Kerala, the UDF is going far ahead as well. It's currently leading in 93 seats. And in Puducherry, the NDA alliance is ahead as well, with the AINRC, which is N. Rangasami's party, at 9 seats, and the BJP itself at 2. Now, I'm being told we also have Professor Gilles Vernier, who's a political scientist and researcher at CERI at Sciences Po in Paris, joining us. Thank you so much, Professor Vernier. If we can, thank you for joining us. I know it's late for you where you are, so we're really grateful that you could make the time for this. I'm wondering both if, we just had a look at where the numbers stand, and I'm wondering if you want to comment a little bit on that, and also, you have been writing about the extraordinary nature of these specific elections that we're seeing in India right now. Is that, do you think, manifesting in the results, or would that leap not be one that we should be making at the moment?
See, to be very honest, I was a bit reluctant to, come out and, speak in a bit of in the heat of the moment, because for the first time since I've started commenting and analyzing election results, which was, 12 years ago, and I've started working on Indian politics for quite a few years, longer. This is the first time where, in good conscience, I cannot actually offer an analysis of the results, because in some states, and West Bengal in particularly, the changes that have been made at the last moment on the composition of the electorate are such that we actually cannot tell what, the effect would have been, on the results. We cannot tell what would have been the result if everyone who ought to have been allowed to vote in Bengal, for instance, had actually a chance to do so. There have been so many deletions, so many undue deletions. The process has been so haphazard. The Election Commission, the court system have failed to put an effective adjudication system in place in West Bengal, with the result that hundreds of thousands, if not more, voters were deprived of their right to vote. So in those conditions, I really don't know how I can offer a sound, objective analysis of the results. And if you look at other states in Kerala, where actually an adjudication system has been put in place, where the result of the SIR are actually more robust, this has led to a considerable number of re-entry of voters. So at the end of the day, few voters have been, in comparison, unduly deleted in Kerala compared to West Bengal. and because we know, and notably through the reporting that was done by The Wire and other journalists, that the whole process was skewed against areas and segments of the electorate that were favorable to the Trinamool. We know that this haphazard exercise has created an electoral advantage. Now, is this what has generated on its own, the result that we seem to have in West Bengal? To be very honest, I'm not in a position of saying so. And this is the heart of the problem, is that we cannot tell to what extent all those changes made to the composition of the electorate have actually affected the result. And that casts a great shadow of doubt over the legitimacy of those results. And it cost me to say that, because this is the very first time that I have to admit that, in an election for a long time.
I know I will be soon handing over to our colleagues in Bengal, and I hope, Professor Vanya, you'll stay on for that and add your thoughts to that. But before that, Pragya, could just have some final thoughts from you overall on the trends we're seeing so far on these elections, perhaps also a response to what Professor Vanya was saying.
Yes, Professor Vidya has really given me food for thought as well, because there's a tendency to over-analyze outcomes as they come in. But Janvi, also you and I were sitting before this show started, and we were looking at, some of the usual things that journalists look at, the star constituencies. And, we started with Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, Palanisamy, Vijay, and so on seat after seat, including the very popular Industries Minister of Tamil Nadu, including the local bodies, Minister of Kerala. We found that the electoral planks of the governments in power in both these states were not reflecting in the results. So if local governance was Kerala's strong point, then what happened? If industrial development is and economic growth is a part of Tamil Nadu's strong point, then what happened? So yes, it seems like an unusual election, at least in the case of Tamil Nadu, and as Professor said, West Bengal, and we shouldn't, as journalists, get tempted to overanalyze. And yet at the same time, the election also shows that it's a giant slaying sort of election. So at least in the case of Tamil Nadu, the reports would say that it's the people who are contesting and not Vijay and his party. So that sounds so nice to hear. But like the local journalists on the ground are telling us, we don't know what that means for governance. Right? So what have people voted for is a mystery. It is yet to be seen. In Kerala, a partly expected result, also because, Pinarayi Vijayan had been in power for a long time. There were changes in the social circumstances, in the demographic base, which was appealing to the Congress more. So I guess a mix of factors, both at the national level, the SIR and the delimitation debates, and I guess a tiredness of voters is what we're seeing so far. And we're seeing it so clearly that I guess we're tempted to forget that these are still trends. We still have perhaps an hour to go before this deal is sealed.
Yes.
But let's see.
Yeah, and on that note, I am going to hand over to my colleague in Kolkata, Soumashri Sarkar. But before that, I'd like all of you to have a look at this video that shows what the power of good journalism can be and how villagers in Punisol in West Bengal used a news report to fight for their right to vote.
The disenfranchisement of lakhs of voters is no small matter, and The Wire has covered the Bengal SIR and the people it has affected consistently. Our coverage has revealed that the exercise has in fact brought to the forefront some of the more deep-seated issues that Bengal was already dealing with: communalism, lack of employment, the vulnerability of migrants, unfulfilled political promises, rampant corruption, and more. Our reports have focused on large-scale erasures, trends, and demographic changes affected by the deletions. But once in a while, something happens that affects a pause in the news cycle and forces us to take a longer look at the purpose of our journalism. In March, our contributor Madhusudan Chatterjee travelled to the remote Punishore village in Bankura. The region is one of Bengal's most dense Muslim population clusters. Madhusudan found that out of the nearly 90,000 people who live in Punishal, around 26,000 are registered voters. Among them, as many as 8,600 had been marked under adjudication after the SIR. Jalilur Rahman, Rabia Bibi, Rajina Khatun, Saidul Bhagi, Jahanara Khan, Begum Bhanu Khan and Abdul Sabur Mullah all spoke about their fear and anxieties to Madhusudan. Among those whose names were placed under adjudication was the booth level officer Rabia Bibi, a nutrition worker who had been a voter until recently. When she filled out the SIR form, she wrote her father's name, Jalilur Rahman, as it appeared in the 2002 SIR records following the prescribed rules. But neither her father nor her name found their way to the list. 86-year-old Abdul Sabur Mullah was another voter who was placed under adjudication. I had been casting my vote since the 1950s, Abdul said. Madhusudan wrote an in-depth ground report based on what the villagers told him. It was titled, "A Bengal Village is a Picture of How SIR Uncertainty Affects Muslim Voters." It came out on March 17th. And then something extraordinary happened. Villagers took printouts of the buyer's report and went to the local authorities asking for attention to their cause. On the day of the first phase of polling in Bengal, April 23rd, Madhusudan revisited the village and found that out of the 8,600 who were out of the electoral rolls, all but 65 names had been restored. Despite visiting the office multiple times earlier with all my documents, nothing had happened, the BLO Rabia Bibi's father, Jalilur Rahman, told Madhusudan outside a voting booth that day. But after they saw the March 17th report in the wire, they told me to return home and assured me that their officials would visit my home as early as possible. Poll officials later came to Jalil. The same thing happened to several other villagers, and Madhusudan reported that long queues were seen across the 22 polling booths of the region. We were able to vote today only because we fought for it. From now on, whatever we are rightfully entitled to from the government, we will claim through a strong and united movement, said Begum Bhanu Khan. A young man, Mufizur Rahman, told the buyer that most residents at Punishol are extremely poor daily wage earners and had never imagined they would have to approach the block office at all. But when your report highlighted the ground reality of Punishol village, it stirred the administration and us into action. That gave people the courage to intensify their movement and reclaim their democratic rights, another young voter, Gholam Khaja Khan, told Madhusudan. At Punishol, the election had been won, not by a candidate, but by villagers, with the help of a news report on the wire.
Hello and welcome back to Results Day from West Bengal. I'm Shomoshri. As is customary, I'll just run the ECI's numbers leads-wise from Bengal. BJP is leading in 167 seats and TMC in 82. But the point to be noted is that the EC has covered counting only up till 2 or 3 rounds in most Bengal seats. In fact, if you scroll down to the EC's page and look at the vote share figures, you get an idea of how many votes have been counted, and it's a little more than 80 lakhs. So at this stage, while we are looking at a pretty significant BJP, a saffronization of the Bengal map, I must inform viewers that we are only 2 or 3 rounds deep. Some constituencies, however, have progressed to round 6, but most in Bengal are only 2 or 3 rounds deep, counting-wise. I must also take viewers down this specific quote that the West Bengal leader of opposition and BJP candidate from Nandigram and Bhabanipur, Shubhendu Adhikari, has given to news organizations. He has thanked every Sanatani for casting their vote as counting carries on in the state, and he is is in direct contest against Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, whose right-hand man he once was. And he said that in Bhabanipur, the first round was of the Muslim area, in which I conceded a defeat of approximately 2,000 votes. After the second round, Shubhendu says, which was a Hindu area, I'm leading with 2,200 votes, and Mamata Banerjee is trailing. So Shubhendu's very communal assessment of the poll situation in Bhabanipur leads me to one of our four special guests in this session, and this is the Vice's former political editor, Ajoy Ashirwad. And throughout your travels, Ajoy, this is certainly not the first election that you're watching. Throughout your travels, is that there is a latent strain of communalism in Bengal, and today we are seeing some of the more urban elite seats in Bengal playing BJP leads. What does that tell you? Your gleanings from Delhi at this point.
Yeah, hi Somashri. So this is certainly that BJP doing so well in West Bengal. It isn't a surprise actually, because if you look at the previous figures in 2021 and 2019, we knew that the BJP has already established its ground in Bengal. And given the fact that BJP could corner around 40% votes in 2019 elections and subsequently around 38% in 2021. And despite losing a significant number of seats, it could still retain nearly 40%, 38 to 40% of its vote in Bengal, even in 2024. So we knew that BJP has established its presence. So now if you kind of deconstruct that 40% vote, what do we actually see? Like, given the national trend that Muslims generally do not vote for the BJP, and in West Bengal, between Muslims constitute around 27 to 30% of the vote of the state's electorate. So this 40% is essentially coming from the 70% Hindu vote or non-Muslim vote. So we already knew that the majority of the Hindu population are already siding with the BJP. So that shows a lot about the social equations on ground and how Hindus in Bengal are gradually turning towards the BJP, and not necessarily all of them are driven towards the BJP by, I would argue, by this sole consideration that they are anti-Muslim. But there are two factors, according to me. So in these elections also, and in 2021, when Mamata Banerjee could consolidate her ground and still win over 200 seats, despite BJP's very, very good campaign on the ground. So what has happened is that anti-incumbency against BJP, against the TMC government, has actually increased from 2021 to 2026, and there is a strong Hindu-Muslim polarization on the ground. All the reporters would vouch for it, that how Hindu and Muslims are seeing themselves as religious identities rather than like normal Bangla people. So currently this whole idea that TMC was trying to counter this Hindu-Muslim polarization by asserting the Bangla identity irrespective of caste, creed and religion does not seem to be working in her favor as effectively as it did in previous two elections. And the reason was probably anti-incumbency, as I can sense with the current results. And the third one, which cannot be brushed under the carpet today, is SIR. So there are 27 lakh people who could not vote this time. Apart from that, if you see, and the Wire has done a number of stories around it, that the margin of TMC's victory in 2021 against the BJP was lower than the SIR deletions in a number of almost nearly half of the constituencies. So these deletions actually are have handed the advantage to the BJP, which we are currently seeing. And we can all argue, and as many critics have already shown us, that these SIR deletions are very indiscriminate. It's not scientific at all. And 27, so even if BJP wins this time, it will take this victory in a context where 27 lakhs who can potentially vote in the next elections could not vote. And BJP will, of course, argue that out of these 27 lakhs, many of the Hindus would have voted for us only or for the BJP only. But those are other things. But these are unprecedented elections, and BJP has waited for a long time to corner or to get its government made in West Bengal. It has already won Odisha. It has indirectly come to power in Bihar. Bengal was a state which has always resisted the BJP's hegemonic presence. And this time BJP, if it eventually goes on to win, as you said, that there are only 80 lakhs out of 6.8 crore votes which have been counted. But if the trends remain consistent, that it will be a big prestige victory for BJP. But these are the factors, we cannot ignore. And this communal what we are talking about, we have in Kolkata or in urban centers, you have seen this presence of latent communalism throughout. Even during the left front rule, we see a lot of these kind of drawing room discussions, as it happens also in Kerala, the other state where the left has a presence. So we have seen these, but electorally it kind of never translated into votes, and people voted for a party which is Bengal centric and which is a secular party. But if you look at the current electoral map, BJP is actually winning all the seats where the Muslim presence is under 10 to 12%, is under 12 or 10 or 12%. So there is this Hindu consolidation which is handing the BJP a sweep in areas like Jangal Mahal, Purulia, Mednipur, and northern Bengal like Alipurduar, Kuch Bihar, these areas. In places where there is substantial Muslim presence, this is central Bengal and in the border regions, TMC is putting up a great fight. So and the results may swing there. So this is the current observations that and in another 1 hour the trends will be even more clear. But if it stays consistent, which many people thought that this Hindu consolidation strategy in Bengal would not work, because Bengalis are intrinsically secular people and they did not think along the lines of caste, religion and all of these, would get demolished.
Ajay, I'm also really glad you mentioned the SIR, which gives me the opportunity to go to Professor Vernier again. Professor, I was just reading an opinion piece that you had written recently, and you had quoted Pippa Norris on why electoral integrity matters. And you write there that there are 11 links that connect the chain of any election, and you violate the standards of any link and the chain weakens. Right now, we are counting votes in a state where 27 lakh people, as we know, did not have the chance to vote. The process of appealing has been reduced to a shambolic measure, seeing that 0.01% of people's appeals were heard. We've reduced the election, the posting of ballots to a bureaucratic favor in Bengal. Would you say that standards have been violated, that the link has been severed in a state like Bengal?
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just, one problem in particular, but it's a combination of factors which taken together affect, the legitimacy of the whole election. So starting with, electoral laws and the changing of the rule, or the attempts to change the rule ahead of an elections, attempts to change, electoral procedures with the treatment of, or the mistreatment rather, of the voter roll through the SIR. In the case of Assam, there was the drawing of constituency line, a delimitation exercise done in 2003, not by a autonomous delimitation commission, but by the election commission itself. Again, creating objectively an electoral advantage for one party, for the BJP. There are other aspects to that sequential chain of electoral integrity that have to do with campaign finance, with media, but these are sort of long-standing issues in Indian electoral politics. But what we see are, the first links, of the chain: electoral laws, procedures, district boundaries, voter registration, that have been particularly affected, and the whole behavior of the election commission around it, right? The crucial role that electoral authorities play. And the behavior of the election commission has been, in a charitable way, inexplicable in its inability to produce clear rules and procedure, to be transparent on the way it conducted the SIR, in its unwillingness to even address critiques made by opposition parties, but also by other, experts and commentators, and so each of these elements in itself is problematic. And Pipa Nari's argument is framing is interesting, because she says that if you touch one ring of the chain, it affects the whole. But in the case of India now, it's kind of failing the test of integrity, because so many chains on the link, so many links on that chain are being affected simultaneously, right? And so it's not just a question of individual links being weakened, but it's the legitimation of the entire chain that is now in question. And one underlying problem behind all this, and something that's really corrosive, more even corrosive than these individual violations, is when the rules of the electoral game are unilaterally changed by the very actors who stand to gain from them. We've seen that with delimitation and the attempt to actually impose a particular version of delimitation, which was defeated in Parliament just a few weeks ago, but also, the changes made on the voter roll and the voter roll revision. These revisions are necessary; they're normal, right? And everyone knows that there were issues, there have been long-standing issues with the electoral roll. But why on earth would you start such a large-scale exercise with so little time in such an haphazard way, without putting any kind of proper safeguard in place, and by displaying an attitude that actually confirms the legitimate suspicion that the election commission is no longer an impartial arbiter or an impartial institution. And so put together, all those elements, all those factors create a situation that I find deeply concerning and deeply worrying.
Professor Wanda, yeah.
If I may, it's not that the result of these elections don't matter, right? It's not that they don't have a meaning. The tragedy is that they have a meaning for the millions of people who actually could still vote, right? But the meaning and the analysis that we can do of these elections is completely tarnished by the default of procedures that characterize them.
Professor Vanya, we can't thank you enough for joining us from all the way across the globe. We'll move on to my colleague Anisha Banerjee, who's reported from Kolkata. Anisha, Professor Vanya has called the Election Commission's conduct uncharitable, and that is putting it mildly. And I want to learn from you what some of the expressions of this lack of charitability were. On the streets of Kolkata, you've reported on how the Election Commission deployed over 3.5 lakh security personnel. Sorry, this is not in Kolkata, but statewide. and in Kolkata itself, we've seen bizarre notifications asking bike riders to not ply, which was then overturned by the Kolkata police, which said app bike riders could be on the roads throughout the polls. We've seen our footpaths overrun by CAPF personnel, and all in all, right now, I'm seeing notifications that the Supreme Court is considering a plea seeking directions for the continued deployment of central forces in Bengal on the apprehension of post-poll violence. I'm curious as to how you see this, having covered earlier polls and this particular election, where there is a lot of presence of the EC, of the election machinery in Bengal, in Kolkata.
Yes, thank you, Shomosri. The thing is, when you were just saying so many CAPF, we are used to see police in the roles, and before every election there are central forces, but this time it's a huge number. The number which has even crossed Manipur. You know what has been happening in Manipur for last 3 years, and even this much of force was not in Manipur in its initial days and later on. So when people are saying them, at one point, yes, they are getting some positivity that we will vote peacefully. And if I analyze that, yes, the two-phase vote, this time only two-phase vote has taken place, and by and large it was peaceful. But on the other hand, there were several questions that why so many kind of restrictions. Like this time there were booths in the high rises, and election commission suddenly mandated that nobody from outside, like relatives, even the house helps, they just cannot come for last 48 hours before the poll, and they cannot if there are someone, they just cannot come out, and they have to stay back till the voting gets over. So this is one. The second was the pillion right. There were restrictions on the pillion rights and even on the bikers, that from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. there won't be any bike, and from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. that is, there won't be any pillion. There were certain exceptions, right? Dropping in the schools or in some medical family emergencies or something like that. Now the question that time was raised, that who will define the emergency, and police was mandated to give written permission those who want certain exceptions. But again, the police, many, I have spoken to many of the officers, and they have just asked that who would take the responsibility, what was emergency and what was not. So there were several issues. Along with, there are armored vehicles.
I can just interrupt 1 second. This brings me to a question, as in you bring up a very interesting point, that police asking you as to who will take up this responsibility of defining what an emergency is. We know that there have been a curiously large number of suspensions of transfers ahead of the elections when the police force of Bengal enters the EC's domain. I'm curious as to how you see police continuing on in their role also. We have seen some transferred police officers posting on X about the fact that their bosses are going to be changing soon, even before the results were coming in. What happens to police? Police, we knew until now were Mamata Banerjee's domain. She's the Home Minister. And now, do you suppose that the Election Commission has been able to keep the police, one, at bay, and two, to use them as they were intended to be used?
See, Shomosri, here are two factors. One is you must be knowing, and across globe, it was just discussed and told, that Arjikar factor and the role of police. So that has a huge impact on urban people and semi-urban people. And there also, if I just want to recall, in 24 August, when this ghastly incident happened, after that there were a huge hue and cry against the police, that their hiding and suppressing the facts and destruction of evidence and everything. Okay. At the same time, there were certain top police officials which who were guarded by the government. It was alleged from the lower ranks officer and the middle rank officer. Now you see that if a government doesn't take care of the middle rank officers, I mean those who are sub-inspector or in charge of the thanas, actually who are the people who go to the field and works, and they are tend to protect the IPS officers or the top officials. That has given a very wrong message in the police, though later on there were certain layers of what to say, certain layers of they try to pacify them, but it was there. And now the second one, when this time, if you have noted, on 15th March election was declared, and 15th March at 12 am chief secretary, and the very next day DGP himself was removed by the EC. So EC has that power to remove them. But at the same time, when you are removing one after another, and if I am not wrong, it is 483 in total, one after another police of various ranks, what happened? You have to know the topography and demographic consistency of the all of the places. Now, those who are in the top, they are new, and Thana level officers, I mean those who are inspectors and sub-inspectors, they have got transferred. Now what happened? There are certain people who know the geography inside out, and all of a sudden, just before election, when you are bringing them, there is one kind of tension inside, that how to mobilize force when something serious happens. It is our good luck that till 4th May 12, 20, nothing happened. That much nothing happened, but you never know when it will happen. And the second thing, which I believe, that who will take the responsibility? Why did they say it? Because there are so many complaints against the police, and police being an ally of the government. They're just the tool and puppet in Mamata Banerjee government's hand, especially whatever Mamata is saying, they're just carrying out the orders. So there were certain agitations inside, and on the other hand, there are another fear factor, that if they take the decision, and if BJP or other opposition parties say something, even if Trinamool say that it was not an emergency, why did you permit? Or there is a huge political angle there. So I found that Thana level officers were not ready to take the responsibility, that what should consist of emergency, because they told that we have to see so many things together. Now, if somebody asks me that what is emergency and what is not, in that case, how should I define that and how should I give the written order? So it's better whatever EC has told, we should carry it out. At the
Honestly,
same time,
it's a very important point, and this also, forgive me for cutting into what you were saying, but this also raises the point of institutional corruption that many layers of
yes,
the West Bengal government are associated
exactly.
with. Yeah. So my question, I'm sort of going to pivot a little bit around this, because Mamata Banerjee arrived in Bengal on the plank that and she still enjoys a degree of reputation as a non-corrupt person in a corrupt party. A part of Bengal which doesn't really get much attention, the institutional corruption, the layers of disenfranchisement, the lack of privilege that people have, is the western section of Bengal, which my colleague Madhusudan Chatterjee has covered pretty intensely throughout his career. I'll just ask Madhusudan if he can shed some light on the fact that BJP seems to have the lead in the Jangol Mohol and many other constituencies in the western part, which you, Madhusudan, have reported on, including the Onda constituency, where in the Punishal village, a report by The Wire, which you had written, had given people, voters there, the sort of the push that they needed to reclaim their rights.
দেখুন জঙ্গল, আমি কি বাংলায় বলবো না ইংরেজিতে?
হ্যাঁ, বাংলায় বলুন।
আচ্ছা, জঙ্গলমহল এলাকাটায় যেভাবে বিজেপি এবারে দুর্দান্ত একটা ফল করলো, এইটা নিয়ে তো বেশ কিছুদিন আগেই ওয়ারে আমরা একটা খবর করেছিলাম, আপনি জানেন। এখন সেখানে এইটাকে দেখতে গেলে ইউ হ্যাভ টু পয়েন্ট আউট দ্য 2001 যখন মাওয়িস্ট অ্যাক্টিভিটিসটা স্টার্ট হচ্ছে জঙ্গলমহল এলাকায়। এই জায়গাটাতে মাওয়িস্টরা সেভাবে তো কখনো এখানে ছিল না। একটা সময়তে 67 সালে এটাকে ঘুরতে গেলে রুটটা হচ্ছে 67 যখন নকশালবাড়ি মুভমেন্ট একটা জায়গাতে ডেভেলপ করলো, তখন এই জায়গাটা তারা করিডর করেছিল টু অ্যাক্সেস বাঁকুড়া, পুরুলিয়া অ্যান্ড ঝাড়গ্রাম। তারপরে নকশালবাড়ি মুভমেন্ট হল্ট হয়ে যায়, তারপরে নানাভাবে সেটাকে বন্ধ করে দেওয়া হয়। তারপরে যে ঘটনাটা ঘটে এখানে, সেটা ঝাড়খণ্ড আসে, ঝাড়খণ্ড পার্টি। এই ঝাড়খণ্ড পার্টির সঙ্গে অনেক দিন ধরে রুলিং সিপিআইএম এর ঝগড়া হয়, তর্ক হয়, মারামারি হয়, রক্তাক্ত হয়, খুন হয়। একটা সময় দেখা গেল যে যখন 98-এ তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস ফর্ম করলো, এই তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস ফর্ম করার পরবর্তী পর্যায়ে এরা যে একটা করিডর তৈরি করেছিল, এই করিডরটাকে নাম দেওয়া হয়েছিল কেশপুর লাইন। এই কেশপুর লাইনের মধ্যে পশ্চিম মেদিনীপুর, বাঁকুড়া, হুগলি, এই পুরো অ্যাডজয়নিং এলাকাটাকে ওরা কিন্তু আমরা চয়েস করেছিল যে এই জায়গাটার মধ্যে তারা একটা বেস তৈরি করবে। এবং তখন
Madhusudan, if I can just take 2 minutes to translate what you said, for the few of us who don't understand Bangla, you were mainly pointing to the historical argument of the region as a Maoist hotbed. As you've written before in your reports, the area saw some degree of collusion with parties like with political parties from Jharkhand, and in later stages with the TMC as well, and in some cases the BJP. I'm also curious as to how far the RSS has a base in the region. Is the RSS powerful at all? We hear that it's getting really popular with tribal voters. Is that true? Is that what you found from your travels?
After Trinamool Congress came to the power, RSS built several schools in Jungle Mall area, Bankura, Purulia, Jhargram, and adjoining Jhargram, Paschim Mednipur district. Before the Trinamool Congress power, there are only 11 schools across the Jungle Mall in 3 districts. Right now, there are 67 schools run by RSS. Not only that, after Maoist movement collapse in Jungle Mall area, Jharkhand party activists and some Maoist activists surrender before the government and get their government job as homeguard and others, hospital casual staff. All they join to and hold flag the BJP. You know,
do you think that had a role directly in this slow movement that the RSS made among the people? That has had a role in the early trends that we are seeing today?
No, RSS only, you know, 2021 assembly election, there are no seat in the BJP. Before 2019 parliament election, Jhargram, Purulia, and Bankura own seat BJP. But 21 assembly election, BJP lost their seat. Jhargram, Bankura, and Purulia as seats, Jungle Mall area. After that, RSS tried to mobilize the people of Jungle Mall to create a religious and ethnic divisive rule. That is, Bankura, Purulia, Jhargram, and Paschim Mednipur, there are so many Kurmi people live there. So many Kurmi people. And also Santal, Munda, Kora, and Sardar people. BJP try to initiated, they try to mobilize Santal people on behalf of them. But on that time, ruling Trinamool Congress tried to mobilize behalf of ruling Trinamool Congress. এই জন্য তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস করে কি, তাদের যে ধর্মীয় স্থান আছে সেই জাহের স্থানে তারা সরকারি টাকা দিয়ে তৈরি করে দেয়। ঠিক সেই সময়তেই বিজেপিও একইভাবে বলে যে আমরা সাঁওতালদের পক্ষে, কিন্তু বিজেপি নেভার রেকগনাইজ দ্য সাঁওতাল ইজ এ ট্রাইবাল পিপল। দে অলওয়েজ কল দেম দ্য বনবাসী হিন্দু। বিজেপি নেভার রেকগনাইজ দেম a tribal community people, Santal, Munda, Kora, and others, Adivasi people. They always treated.
This is
Yes.
very necessary distinction that you've made, that BJP in its efforts to polarize, in its efforts to consolidate the Hindu vote, is keen to bring in more and more communities which are tribals essentially into the Hindu umbrella, whatever it considers is the Hindu umbrella. We will look forward to your reports even after the elections, and we count on you to cover these remote areas. For now, my colleague Shravasti is going to take over with our focus on the southern states. But before that, as you may have heard a million times, the SIR has pushed almost all issues to the background, and it's brought existing vulnerabilities in Bengal to the fore. And the one person who's been very active in pushing the SIR for the wire has been Aparna Bhattacharya. So take a look at how she's done her immersive data reporting.
You have heard the phrase Bengal SIR quite a few times in the run-up to and during the Bengal Assembly polls. This is because in Bengal, the special intensive revision of exercises was no run-of-the-mill revision of the electoral rolls. The voter roll is not just an abstract database. Every deletion, every notice, every hearing, and every under-adjudication mark falls upon a living person. My reports on the wire have sought to uncover the number game behind these deletions and analyze what the trends mean for Bengal's electoral future. The Election Commission of India's exercise in West Bengal has not produced one uniform pattern of division, but two. One runs through the Muslim-dominated border belt, where scrutiny through the under-adjudication process appears to be driving a larger share of exclusions. The other runs through the urban and industrial belt, where deletion is being driven far more heavily through the draft roll route. Together, they reveal a political and administrative operation that does not appear to be random. Statewide, draft roll deletion has been the biggest channel of exclusion, but the second largest is Channel 3, found not eligible under adjudication. And that is where the communal and geographic pattern begins to solidify. The two dashboards I've created offer you the opportunity to examine this for yourself. You can visit this at api.thewire.in/special/SIR wbsir.html, api.thewire.in/SIR analytics. A granular analysis I did of deleted voter rolls in 3 Bengal constituencies suggests that what is being presented as a routine revision may in fact be far more selective exercise driven through the opaque under-adjudication category created for the process. In election administration, mass deletions from voter rolls are usually explained in the dry language of procedure. Names are removed because a voter is dead, has shifted residence, or cannot be traced. But in the Mothaburi, Nakashipara, and Habra assembly constituencies of West Bengal, deletions appear to cluster not randomly, but along politically and demographically significant lines. This points to a pattern that is difficult to dismiss as ordinary electoral maintenance. Muthabari in Malda, a Muslim-dominated constituency in the news over recent unrest, has witnessed a very high volume of deletions. Nakashipara has a Muslim population of around 40% and also recorded a strikingly high rate of deletion. Havra is a Hindu scheduled caste-heavy constituency where large-scale unmapping appears to be the central issue. Examined together, these three seats made it possible to test whether deletions have been confined to certain types of constituencies or whether they cut across districts, demography, and local political context. Take the instance of Shamsherganj, which was later supposed to be the epicenter of a democratic controversy of this scale. It was until recently just another politically sensitive assembly constituency shaped by familiar Bengal fault lines of party rivalry, poverty, outmigration, and local patronage. But the electoral roll revision here has been so sweeping and so uneven that it raises a disturbing possibility that the most decisive battle may already have been fought before a single vote was cast. 91,712 voters, 1 in 3 names were deleted from the rolls of Shamsherganj, the highest number in West Bengal. When the Election Commission uploaded the Appellate Tribunal supplementary list for 247 polling stations in the early hours of April 22, only a single name was clear. The apparent injustice does not lie simply in the final number of deletions, but in the pattern itself, in who was marked, where the cuts fail, and how sharply the burden rises with the minority concentration. The data reveals what can only be described as a flagging skew. In booths with a Muslim population of 50% or more, an average of 467 voters per booth were put in the under adjudication list. In booths with less than 50% Muslim population, the comparable figure was just 65. In other words, Muslim majority booths saw more than 7 times as many voters pushed into the adjudication pipeline. The exercise and our reports reveal a fundamental truth, that when the state messes up, it is the people who pay.
Welcome back. You're watching The Wire Live, where we are bringing to you the results of the assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. In this segment, we will be focusing on the southern states of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Joining me in the studio with me is Ajay Ashirwad, he's senior journalist, as well as PK Yasir Arafat. He teaches at Delhi University. He teaches political science, and I'm also being joined online by Vignesh KR, who's a researcher as well as an author. We will be trying to put some insights into what's really happening in these 2 states. But first, let me quickly take our viewers through what is happening in terms of the election trends that are coming in. According to the Election Commission's website, in Tamil Nadu, TVK, which is actor Vijay's political debut and party, is leading on 105 seats. The ADMK is leading on 64. The DMK is leading on 44. The Congress on 5. The BJP is 3. PMK is on 4, and the DMDK is on 2. Also talking about Kerala quickly before we focus on Tamil Nadu first, is that in Kerala the UDF seems to be securing a lead at this hour, with the Congress itself leading on 59 and the CPM itself on 29. But first, let's get started with Tamil Nadu. What's really happening here is that Vijay, who is making his political debut in this election, he seems to have scored a surprise. Not many on the ground really noticed the wave in favor of Vijay, but if we see the trends right now, 106 TVK is leading on out of the 234 assembly constituencies, and the ADMK, which was in alliance with BJP, is trailing second. Vignesh, I want to come to you. How do you see the performance of the TVK as we are seeing? I hate to refer to exit polls, but only one single exit poll, the My India Access My India, was the only one which kind of predicted this and said that Vijay is going to emerge as the front runner, and the trends that we are seeing right now is showing that. And Vijay seems to have drawn a lot of large crowds in terms of his rallies. But the criticism that he faced was that sustained grassroots work, which has been a hallmark of Tamil Nadu's politics, cannot be replaced by such sporadic, high profile events, which, in a sense, Vijay's entry was all about. Now, he has called DMK his political enemy and the BJP his ideological enemy. But what seems to be transpiring here is that he doesn't need either. How do you see this showing?
So thank you very much, Shravasti. I mean, so let's start with the first question itself. Exit polls. Yes, one exit poll got it right, but then the exit polls were all over the place. We can talk about them later. But at this stage, when you start betting on everything, one of your bets comes true. So let's keep the exit polls for a moment aside, because methodologically itself, when you ask people walking out from the booths versus when you ask people after when you go home to their places after the voting, you have different kinds of responses. But be that as it may, let's sort of try and understand this result itself. So Vijay was the entrant, and the question was, because of the a lot of comparisons made between him and MGR. The question was, if the AIDMK is the weakest party in play, and then so he will take their votes. So, and then even a sober analysis was putting him at 20%, etc. 10 to 20% was the result expected for in his favor. But what explains this kind of an overturn? It just tells us that he did not take that 10 to 20% from the AIADMK, but the DMK itself. Yes, he said DMK is his electoral enemy, and BJP is his ideological, enemy, and he fielded, and he himself contested from what we call DMK bastions from North and Central Tamil Nadu, as you would see. So, so electorally speaking, the AIDMK has not lost anything. So the AIDMK retained its share largely, and whatever was lost from the DMK's vote. So
That's an interesting point. I just want to pick up from what you're saying before you move on to your second point. Is you're saying that the TVK's gains have not been from ADMK, but in fact from DMK itself. Now, what do you think is the reason behind this? Because we saw that Stalin, particularly in his election campaign, focused on governance achievements, welfare schemes, particularly those that were aimed at women, education, healthcare, which have kind of formed the backdrop of the entire DMK messaging, and also issues of federalism also became foregrounded in the last leg of the campaign because of the delimitation plans in the Lok Sabha. So what really has contributed to TVK's rise at the expense of the DMK, to your mind?
So 2 out of the 3 things that you have mentioned, even I have sort of talked about in the past, are national issues. And electorally speaking, in the last 10, 15, 20 years, we've seen a decoupling of voting. So people think very differently for national issues and regional issues separately. So that is one point. That is the easiest point. But the trickier point is, yes, the DMK focused on governance. Yes, the DMK has put forth Stalin as a leader and as an icon, who's the torchbearer of Dravidian movement or Dravidian ideology. But then the question is, has that then been internalized by people, or has that been taken to people in the way that it needs to be, in the way that they're convinced? Were the people convinced? The results say that people have agreed with or people have been comfortable with what the DMK had to offer, but have they internalized the ideology in the way that the DMK would expect them to? I don't know. So let me put it in another way. The success of the DMK has been in converting the Dravidian ideology or a progressive ideology into programmatic governance. But has that ideology been disseminated to the people in a way that this governance is attributed to the ideology? I don't think so. So Vijay in this context has emerged. He's comparable to, let's say, Jagan Mohan Reddy. You look at he's not changed much in his book in terms of the election. Yes, he's criticized the DMK for a lot of welfare, but he's promised a lot more welfare, if not less. But then the fundamental shift, or one of the most profound shifts between the DMK and the TVK, has been this rights based to a benefactor beneficiary based system, and the people seem to have taken it. So that means that yes, you could convert an ideology to governance, but did the ideology get transferred to people in a very sustainable manner? Maybe not.
All
And
right,
therefore the
Sian,
ADMK continues to retain it, because the ADMK has been this paternalistic, government in place. If you were to look at two kinds of populisms, the ADMK has paternalistic populism in place, and then the DMK has empowerment populism in place. So it looks like the ADMK has not moved at all, and DMK has lost. So which means, this is somewhere, the failing or of the DMK in trying to sort of create that connection between the programmatic welfare and also ideology.
Stay on with us, Vignesh. We'll just come back to you in just a moment. Joy, I want to ask you quickly before we move on to Kerala and take Professor Arafat's views on that. The fact is that the ADMK in this election was focusing on restructuring the party. Seat negotiations was a huge factor. For the first time, we saw that the seat negotiations were taking place in Delhi and not in Tamil Nadu itself. The BJP was given 27 seats, in a way restricted. But the criticism against the ADMK is the fact that the BJP is using the ADMK as a vehicle to enter Tamil Nadu. Yes. With the trends that we are seeing right now, how do you see the ADMK's performance and the BJP's entry in such a way?
Yeah. So, Shravasti, it's been a general trend in the south where BJP is not very, powerful. It has always tried to indirectly enter the electoral arena, riding on the back of one of the parties. And as we know, like Vignesh mentioned, that here Vijay is eating into, if one may call it that, into DMK's vote, and not so much of ADMK's vote. So what is generally happening, that is BJP, the NDA there represented a social coalition of the dominant communities there. You see a Gounder leader there, a Nadar leader there, a Tevar leader there, and a Vanyar leader there, all coming together with their parties to create an electoral narrative of what Vignesh calls paternalistic empowerment, or populism, paternalistic populism. So it represented a coalition of dominant communities there, while DMK represented a large section of other people who were generally, felt less, or weren't that dominant, and were mostly cadre driven. Dalits, Muslims, smaller communities all came together to represent the DMK coalition. If Vijay is eating into DMK's vote, then it represents a marked shift of common people, lower caste communities and non-dominant communities moving away from DMK to TVK. And why has that happened? So it is because DMK's community also kind of represented a very strong ideological challenge to the BJP. And as I was reading a newspaper which said that when this delimitation game was thrown in during the course of the campaign, with combining it with the women's reservation bill, Stalin did a black flag march there, which was a no-show actually. It made a lot of news in the media, but it did not have any resonance on the ground. So that, I think, was a kind of hint around the fact that Stalin's taking on the center isn't getting so much of resonance on the ground, and rather people would want to, were thinking of a newer force. Both ADMK and DMK together in all the past elections have taken 85% of the votes. And this is the entry of a third front, which now, and you won't see the same figures this time. Every time there was an upset or a reversal of government, you see that 85% of the votes in Tamil Nadu were concentrated between these two parties. Now there's a force. And why? So for me, sitting here in Delhi, it's a big question that why Vijay, what Vijay could do, why couldn't other superstars like Kamal Hassan or Rajnikant could not do, manage that at all, because their parties were actually a non-starter from the very beginning. And before Kamal Hassan joined hands with DMK and got himself a Rajya Sabha seat, but it did not. So I think we need to really kind of analyze this, and generally, because I was looking at the television commentaries and anchors, they were constantly talking about that Tamil Nadu is a place where many superstars have come. But but this is a phenomenon. Vijay phenomenon is something we never took seriously, and most of the commentators brushed aside the Vijay factor as a starter, which may kind of eat into AIDMK's vote and will divide the anti-incumbency vote in such a way that DMK would emerge as a great victor again, and would emerge as a winner again. So we need to really see that Vijay represented a new form of politics in Tamil Nadu, and we really need to kind of analyze what worked. Most people, I was looking at some commentaries that his support was mostly came from fan bases, but there are evidence to show that Vijay's fan bases are not merely fans. They constantly engage through the 5 years in social work, ran blood donation campaigns, went out and helped people in disasters, and all of these. So this is actual political work which people are looking forward to. And you don't like always kind of you don't. They are not engaging with the society from from some higher pedestal, but they are working with people, and Vijay represented those masses. So it's a significant shift in Tamil Nadu, I would say, and Vijay is actually questioning. It represents the people's urge to what do you say? Displace the status quoist politics that has been happening in
I think that's a good point for us to take off into Kerala for just a moment, because if anything, Kerala in this election seems to go back to its trend that was there earlier, that which was kind of dislodged in the 2021 elections when the LDF government came back to power. This time we are seeing, according to the trends that we are seeing on the Election Commission's website at the moment, the UDF is leading and the Congress itself is leading on 63 and the CPM on 25. Smaller parties of the left, CPI is on 9. The IUML, which is on the UDF side, is on 23. I want to bring you in over here. The Kerala elections this time, according to several observers, even reporters who have covered it on the ground, this time said that there was no definite wave as such from any side. It was, the LDF was, of course, facing charges of what many would call Pinaraism, where Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, the chief minister, had become the face of the government. His face was all over the state and got on welfare schemes and otherwise posters, banners. The media narrative was also in his favor. He was facing charges of nepotism. The Congress, on the other hand, in the last leg of the campaign, has faced allegations of corruption and not having its house in order. How do you see the trends that are coming in right now? Does it side with what was anticipated as not a wave, but a gale of sorts?
Thank you, Stravasti. It's really anticipated. In fact, I was expecting, such a huge gale, as you said. I mean, people also in Kerala, they say it's a tsunami and so on and so forth. But but if you look at the pollsters and the exit poll, numbers that we have now, so they would say that there is no anti-incumbency in Kerala. But of course, I mean, in my understanding, that is not anti-incumbency that you find in Kerala. It's basically a deep-rooted resentment, his anger, and high level of disgruntlement. That is what you find in Kerala, and symptoms were there. In fact, it's been there for the last 3-4 years. I mean, if you look at the by-elections in Kerala, it happened in the last 3-4 years. In fact, CPM or the LDF could not win. I mean, except one. So they could not win any other seats there. And if you look at the recently held local elections, Congress came back. He actually recovered from a lot of his issues, and there's a consistency in terms of the work they were conducting, in terms of the reaching out that they're conducting, and also giving a sense of safety and security that two communities in Kerala are really seeking for. I'm talking about the minorities, two religious minorities like Christians and Muslims. So that is very, very important in this particular context. If you look at the kind of wave that you find in this minority consolidated districts in Kerala, for example, Malappuram and also Calicut, and in southern Kerala, like Idukki, Pathanamthitta, and Kottayam, and so on and so forth. In fact, there is a huge wave. It's kind of a tsunami kind of a wave. And that's what I said. It's not a anti-incumbency thing. It's actually much more than that. So of course, people were expecting that because of the welfare activism and the slogans like Vikasanam, that means development, and Kshemam, that means welfare, and so on and so forth. Left would come back to power again. But in a state like Kerala, these things would not really work, because we are talking about a state which has a very, very strong middle class kind of a mentality, and also you have a substantial middle class population over there, and they don't take welfare as a charity or something like that. I mean, so they take welfare as an entitlement. It's their right. So, and of course, people have been warning. I mean, so you really have to look at the pros and cons of the welfare activism, and also people are continuously, consistently asking that the left has to strengthen it ideologically, which has been a problem for a long time now. So, and the minority communities in the state, they were actually feeling that left has not, is not doing justice to its ideological front, and also the kind of consistent encouragements to divisive figures. For example, people like Vellapalli Nadeshan, who is the General Secretary of the SNDP. So he has been promoted for no reason, and of course, I mean, so from a social engineering point of view, there was a reason, but left also kind of forget that he's not a person who can help them win elections in Kerala. So that has been a serious problem. And also, if you look at the kind of issues and the problems that in Kerala, haunting people for the last 3-4 years, Sabarimala issues, for example, and corruption also. I mean, so multiple level of corruption, and of course there is a feeling that there is no allegations of corruptions in Kerala, but there are allegations of corruptions in Kerala, and also the kind of condescending and arrogant attitude from certain left leaders, at least in the last couple of months, that you find consistent. I mean, so it's been consistent. The condescending is consistent, arrogance is consistent, and they were also not really behaving well with the media persons also. I mean, like, so you have multitude of issues that have been warned, but they were not taken into consideration. And some observers would say that there is this minority consolidation. I mean, of course, minority consolidation is a fact. But if you look at today's numbers coming from the majority districts in Kerala, so I would also say that there is this majority consolidation along with the minority disgruntlement and resentment in Kerala.
That's an important point that you have spoken about minority consolidation. I want to come back to you, Vignesh, on this. The fact is that and also how the BJP is really performing, because we were speaking earlier about how the BJP uses parties in the south to kind of as a vehicle to enter the state. In the municipal elections in Kerala, we saw that the BJP did manage to make inroads, especially in Thiruvananthapuram, which was not thought of earlier. But I'm just looking at the vote share of the BJP according to the Election Commission's website over here, and the BJP has got an 11.59 vote share. Just to put that in context, that in the assembly elections, the NDA's vote share has dipped over the last decade. The BJP, though, has improved its vote share by about 0.77% in comparison to 2016 by getting 11.3%. So 11.3% in 2021, which is now 11.59%, barely a change really. But what I want to ask you, Vignesh, is that the BJP was really trying to make inroads. They demarcated a particular number of seats where they want to contest in Kerala. but they wanted to really consolidate the Christian community. But the FCRA bill, which was brought to Parliament just and the final leg of the election, seemed to have created discontent among church leaders. The UDF now seems, if these trends hold, the UDF is once again consolidating the Christian and the Muslim vote, which it has historically held. How do you see the minority consolidation behind the UDF and the BJP's failure really to get the Christian community on board despite several outreach efforts to church leaders?
So one is whatever you're saying. The others, how are you impacting? So I can say the nicest of things to you, but if I'm not going to treat you well, of course the results would show in results. So the FCRA is the underbelly that you shouldn't be touching, isn't it? Because it causes some real impact. And therefore, what is the next option? And when you think of minority voting in Kerala, it is not like minority voting, or even in Tamil Nadu for that matter. The minorities in Kerala and Tamil Nadu are not peripheries. They're actually the mainstream. They're identity makers. They're strong constituents, as Dr. Arafat has just said. So in that context, it is as good as rational choice. So if I have a strong alternative, then of course I am going to vote to tell them that what you've done is not enough. And in fact, if I may argue, one of the only successful Christian consolidations that BJP has done is in Goa under Manohar Parrikar. After that, they've not really consolidated minorities per se anywhere. They've realized that caste is much better a vehicle for them than religion, for that matter. And because it has not worked in Kerala, they've sort of stepped into it, but then it doesn't fit their larger playbook, is my understanding. So, blowing hot and cold is much better. And make no mistake, a weakening LDF is much better for the BJP because it becomes a fight between the Congress and the BJP. Only when the fights between LDF and UDF in a very strong manner can you keep a third force out. A weakening LDF and then an emergent UDF is in one way or the other. The wait is just longer for the BJP. And that would be the case in Tamil Nadu also, which we can talk in a bit.
Before we come back to Tamil Nadu, Ajay, I want to quickly ask you, the Congress has come under, even though the UDF seems to be performing well, a lot of it contributes to what Dr. Rafat mentioned about the disenchantment with the left government over the last 10 years. But the Congress in the last leg of the campaign has faced, once again, its house seemed to be in disorder.
Yes.
Now, even though it is leading right now, 63 seats, there have been, V.D. Satishan himself has faced a vigilance probe. Apart from that, the Congress, how the funds were collected after the Wayanad landslide, that also came under question. Now, just before the counting, again, there were questions of who will be the chief minister. The IUML declared its support, which is something that has not been seen in Kerala before. Historically, parties, whoever wins the legislature party as well as the party concerned decide who's going to be chief minister. So the Congress really, once again, in its old problem of having losing its chief minister, but the party has performed well. How do you see going forward in terms of the Congress keeping this lead intact in the coming days?
No, the Congress, of course, in all these elections would take great heart from the win in Kerala, especially because choosing the chief minister, and it seems to be by very alert, because I just got informed that Sachin Pilot has been already sent to Kerala as an observer to see, and there may be because there are so many contenders, there may be a vote to see which leader has the majority of MLAs, and that is Rahul Gandhi's formula, that whoever has the majority of MLAs will be elected the chief minister. As we know, there are many contenders. There's KC Venugopal sitting here also, V.D. Satishan, there's Ramesh Chanithala, and there will be some. All these things are fine, but what sitting here in Delhi, the Kerala figures see that the UDF, the Congress has bounced back, and how? Because even it seems that it's a continuity of the win that the Congress and the UDF registered in the local body polls, and following that, the LDF tried to kind of consolidate again, but it seems that the people were in the mood for change. And after 10 years of Pinarayi Vijayan, there was some kind of anti-incumbency, but given how the Kerala electorate has behaved, I think what it has done, it has significantly placed the Kerala polity between a playground between the UDF and LDF. And BJP, which was hopeful that it would eventually replace one of these, not LDF but UDF, because of its UDF was a disorderly house, and there were many constituencies. Each of these leaders were fighting against each other, giving public statements. But what the UDF could do is to bring its house together, all its constituents. Allies, they came together, ran a very successful campaign, because a large number of observers were thinking that if this time the UDF loses, it will open up space for the BJP there to take up the space in opposition. And that, I think, a majority of Kerala electorate had that in mind and voted very strongly in favor of the UDF. And BJP, as we know, despite it was at one point of time, in election back, it got 17% of the votes. It also managed to win the Thrissur MP seat, but now it is back again to 11% votes. So, and even in places like Trivandrum and Palakkad, where BJP is supposed to do well, it doesn't seem to be doing well at all. So it is the anti-incumbency votes, the Congress votes, and anyone who did not want the BJP to fragment the existing binary equations between LDF, they all voted for UDF. In places like Palakkad, for example, Palakkad has always been a triangular fight, but this time you see the LDF candidate lagging behind by huge numbers, which means that traditional left voters have also voted for the Congress candidate there. You see all these sensitive constituencies like Manjeshwaram, where BJP was thinking of winning an election. There also the LDF candidate is losing at a distant third, which means that people who voted traditionally, the cadre also may have shifted their vote in favor of the secular Congress to keep the communal BJP away. So this is what the numbers currently show. So this is what.
Finally, before moving on to Tamil Nadu for one last question to Vignesh, I want to come to you, Dr. Arafat. The fact that in Kerala, the last election, many would say that in 2021, it was a circumstantial election in that the COVID pandemic had just taken place. The Kerala government at that time was praised of its handling of the situation. But in the last 5 years, Pinarayi Vijayan has faced allegations of nepotism. His daughter as well as his son-in-law have been placed in high positions. Apart from the fact that that his closeness to the RSS has also been spoken about a lot, and the kind of communal campaign that has been run. But this will also be, interestingly, the first time that in the entire country there will be no left government. How do you see this development?
See, as you said, that it was a circumstantial kind of elections that you find in 2021, and the result. So this is a correctional election, right? I mean, so as far as the Malayalis are concerned, the Kerala people in Kerala are concerned, this is a correctional election, and the correction, as Ajoy said, it is also supported. The correction is supported by the traditional left voters, substantial number of them. I mean, in fact, I was in Kerala recently, and I was having kind of conversation with people from left families, as we said, or the left villages, or party gramam, or party villages. In fact, there were, I mean, apart from the minorities, Christians and Muslim voters, so the traditional left voters from the party villages, they were also kind of disgruntled, substantially disgruntled. And they said that, okay, so let them give a chance, because there are serious issues, ideological issues with the left, and there are corruptional issues with the left, and so on and so forth. But the problem you just raised, I mean, Pinarayi Vijayan's son-in-law, who is also the current minister, but that did not really, hit people there, because he's the only one who is going to win from Calicut district. I mean, so, and of course, there's a huge supporter. Of course, he's been a wonderful minister, I would say. These are minor problems. Of course, the corruption associated with his Pinarai's daughter, of course, it is taken very, very seriously. But that is not gone to Riaz. I mean, so who's the minister here? So, I mean, other than that, when you look at the mandate of the people, like, so people have no confusion as to who is going to be or who should be the chief minister of the UDF. This is that's well settled. At least among the people, it is well settled. It should be VD Satish because he's been the face of the fight. He's been the face of the reclamation of the UDF, and he has this very strong character. Calling spade a spade. I mean, when other leaders. I mean, so the other two possible candidates for the chief minister candidates like K.C. Venugopal and Ramesh Chennithala. Of course, they're fantastic leaders. They also been building they have been very busy in the reclamation of the UDF and also recovering the UDF. In fact, but they don't have the popular mandate. And in fact, just now I just said it's actually very interesting that Sachin Pilot, who was the victim of this, the compromises that you find, or the Congress parties, was doing in history 2020. I mean, 2018.
Part of the rebellion.
So that election, and of course he was the face, and Ashok Gehlot came, and what happened. So I think it will not happen in Kerala because Satish has been the face of the fight, and so he's also called the kind of pro-Islamophobic or the Christianophobic kind of statement coming from some of these divisive forces, and he's the person who's continuously engaging with those Christians, and he's also the one who's kind of giving assurance, secular assurance, I would say, to the minority communities in Kerala.
All right, before we wrap up, Vignesh, I want to come to you one final time on Vijay's prospects in Tamil Nadu. Of course, he's done exceedingly well, and as the trends are just telling us, just to go back to the Election Commission, the TVK is leading on 110. A question that a lot of people have been asking is that what is the relationship really between the TVK as well as the BJP? Because yesterday I was watching a lot of English news channels, which are national news channels, and they were very happy to put pictures of Vijay with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which went as far back as 2014. But the fact is that we know that there were conversations between the TVK and the BJP about getting him on board. The Congress also, we have heard from that there was some talk about getting him on board, but that did not happen. Now that the TVK seems to be leading on 110 seats and the ADMK has about 57, do you see the BJP trying to use the TVK instead as a vehicle instead of the ADMK, which would have been its earlier plans?
So there are a couple of points that I'd want to sort of say before putting this in context. One is something that Ajoy said, which we also had in our previous discussion once, which is, yes, I mean, the DMK is actually an aggregated majority of multiple non-dominant communities. But the ADMK on the other side is an aggregation of, an aggregated majority of a fewer dominant communities. So therefore Vijay eating into DMK's vote share should be very careful in terms of, or would be very careful in terms of what he can do and what he can't. So here an instructive example for me comes in the form of Jagan Mohan Reddy. He's at 110. He just needs another 8 seats to cross the majority. And he's a supremely popular leader or an actor. So given his charisma, given his acceptance, and the people of Tamil Nadu have given him one of the best and the kindest gifts, the most generous gifts possible for any actor, isn't it? So in that case, he just needs 8, and he can all the way follow the Jagan Mohan Reddy's model. He just needs a couple of NDA allies here, regional parties like, let's say, the PMK, which has about 4 or 5 seats, if I'm not wrong, they're leading, or a few defectors from the ADMK. So he just needs that. And in my understanding is the wait time between Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and based on what Professor Arafat also just said and Ajoy just said, the wait time for the BJP in Kerala and Tamil Nadu has just gotten extended. Because AIDMK is at a plateau, they're not going down. They thought they can easily sort of subvert, but they clearly realized that it's a very strong plateau. It can't break. It's like the Aravalis. And then and Vijay joining, instead of Vijay joining the BJP, he's much better off sort of being by himself. And that is one question that sort of still keeps that sort of comes to me, that is it necessary? Then the question would be, will the BJP do a sort of a takedown on Vijay, saying that make him bring up cases, he has his movie stuck, there are actually income tax records and all of that, but that will only make him a lot more powerful and a lot more legitimate. So will they do that is a question that we need to wait and see. But otherwise, he doesn't need to actually go and form an alliance with the BJP. The arithmetic doesn't demand it of him.
All right. Thank you so much, Vignesh, for joining us. And to our guest in the studio, my colleague Somushri will be joining us next with the updates from Bengal. Thank you so much to the two of you.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, thanks.
Hi, Shravasti. We are back in Bengal again. And the point to note right now is this extraordinary video message that Mamata Banerjee has released on X. Translating it very quickly from the original Bangla, she has requested all counting agents and candidates not to leave the counting areas. And she said that this is basically BJP's plan, and that since yesterday, she's been saying that they are going to show their results first and the TMC's victories later in the first 2 or 3 rounds. She's alleged that counting has been stopped after 2 or 3 rounds in about 100 locations. And 7 machines were found in Kolani where there was no match, she says. And she's also referred to the forceful use of the central forces in Bengal to oppress TMC everywhere, Mamata says. She's also said notably that there are 70 to 100 seats where we are leading, which they are not reporting. They are feeding entirely false news, and the Election Commission is playing according to its will along with the central forces. So if viewers out of curiosity were to go to the EC's website, they would see that a bunch of, if they ran their cursors through the map of West Bengal, they'd see none of the constituencies are named. They are all undefined. Now, if you refresh it a couple of times, it turns out that you will be able to see the constituencies. And then later, if you look at the trends, the detailed trends in constituencies, you'll find that in most of the constituencies where TMC is leading, which is 92 according to the EC right now, counting has progressed only till at the most to the 9th round out of say between 12 to 23 or 24 rounds. But if we look at the list of constituencies where BJP candidates are said to be leading, many of them have progressed far beyond into the double digits as well. Not all, but many of them, which I suppose lends a little bit of credence to the TMC's allegation that the EC is either counting Bengal not uniformly, slowly in some places, or that it's not releasing data as it is coming by it. For instance, a little while ago, the TMC MP Shagorika Ghosh, she tweeted asking why the EC is not releasing trends for all 293 Bengal seats. And she said that more than 70 plus seat trends have been intentionally not shown by the EC. I have with me once again our person for everything Bengal, Aparna Bhattacharya. Aparna has been following the data as she always does. Aparna, do you feel that the EC already, with the might of the state at its disposal, has anything to gain with this slow release of data, and with Mamata promising that she will win the state come sunset? Does it have much to gain right now?
I am not subscribing to this. I think it is more of a vocal tonic for her party colleagues who are there at the counting center. It's very normal for any political parties also, and it's the right thing to do also, because this I have seen in 2011 also. Of course, at that time social media was not so prominent, but many what happens is when you are get used to winning year after year after year, election after election. So all of a sudden you feel deserted and you start, coming out of the counting center. And it is always, you should always be there till the last vote is counted. So that is one, I think it was more of a pep talk kind of a thing that she has been doing since, 29th. After that, they have multiple round of online meetings and everything. Even yesterday, they had a long meeting where, they told them to keep an eye on the counting center when, they will be transferring the EVMs from the strong room to the counting hall. You should be monitoring all this. So they are doing this. I would be very surprised if it gets changed. Obviously, it's very early. It's still very early, and if we should. I think, I mean, I would prefer to go by the ECI website, even though it's not showing the Congress trend as of now. But I know that Congress in Murshidabad, one or two seats, they are also leading that. I don't know why they are not showing at the ground level. But if, at all things change, like it happened in Bihar, I think in 2015. So that would be something surprising. As of now, it looks like it's not happening, because if you look at the ECI trend also in the initial round, key ministers who have, where TMC has always taken leads. If I have the 2024 data in front of me, so if you look at the way they have taken lead in BJP in certain seats in Greater Kolkata, because that gives you an indication of what is happening here. So in this booth, TMC is to win, but they are trailing at this moment. So that's odd. There are key seats like Dum Dum North, Panihati, Srirampur. So these are strong TMC zone, and ECI, even, I mean, they never, if every round they used to win. It is not like, it used to be a thumping majority in these areas. In Baripur Purbo, in Shonarpur Dokhin, all these seats, these used to be TMC fortress. So, and here we are seeing that, BJP is leading. In Minakha, for example, I'll give you two seats. One is the Bhangur seat, which initially was showing that, TMC was winning. Now it's showing, actually, it's still showing in ECI that TMC is winning, whereas ground report suggests that ISF candidate is winning.
I think the ECI website is just showing that Naushad Siddiqui is winning.
Just okay, right now, yeah. So, and in Minakha, if you look at Minakha, is very interesting seat, because it is where it's an scheduled caste, though two scheduled caste candidate, one TMC from TMC and one from ISF. And very interestingly, the ISF is known as a Muslim party, but when I checked, it was the ISF candidate who was leading. So that is a very different trend. Very different trend.
Mongal is leading by at least 3,000 votes at this point.
Yes, and if you look at Minakha, Panchayat election did not happen in 2013, 2018, 2024. It was uncontested. These areas were uncontested. So it used to be a TMC fortress, and now we are seeing that ISF is leading this. So this is not. I will not say this is a pro BJP vote. I would say so far what we are seeing this is an anti BJP, anti TMC vote.
Also, Aparna, I'm just curious, after having seen Mamata's video message, what does this mean for Mamata Banerjee, the person? For so long, she has been the place where the women vote has gone. Despite failing metrics of women's safety, women have gone to her and voted in large numbers. This year, the ECI claims women have voted in very large numbers and outdone men even. But as we know from your work and the work of others, women have borne the brunt of the SIR deletions as well. For obvious reasons, their last names have changed and their places of residence have changed and so on. What does that mean for the woman voter in Bengal? The fact that the sure winner of their trust is no longer in a position.
I think one is that the Lokhir Bhandar thing, BJP promised 3,000. That is one part, but more importantly, they are receiving it since 2021, and they have seen that election year it increases. So it would be, and they by now I think they become used to it. So they are not fearing that that it will be stopped if it changes. This is one thing I feel. There are two other aspects which are not captured in the campaign. We covered it to a bit. One is a microfinance. Microfinance. So there are more than 74 lakh. Some people quote that more than 1 crore women who are currently under microfinance state. So that is a very, very alarming number. So whatever women are, receiving in terms of Lokhir Bhandar, a large amount of that are being also used to repay that loan. So women empowerment, that part, I think that somehow, created some kind of fear, or the benefit that they used to get earlier, probably they are not seeing. Third part is given the the women's safety. I saw local media reports reporting on this, or even some national channels also on the day of the election. So I will not name the channel, but all the women, most of the women, they talk two things. One, those who were middle class, they were talking about job opportunity and state government job opportunity or job opportunity in the state, so that their children can come back to Kolkata or something. This is the feedback I received from, I saw on the mid from the middle class women from Kolkata. And then in the rural areas, they were talking. I was stunned when I saw some women using Nari Shakti. So this is a BJP, yeah, BJP term, and women were using this. So I was stunned because I did not expect they would use these two words. So somewhere probably that campaign also worked in favor of BJP. I think uh, I would say that RSS, the role that RSS would be played in this election is something we need to look into. You know, uh, we have reported extensively on how RSS was expanding in West Bengal. RSS shakhas has been expanding the schools. Then there are the self-help groups and all that RSS was creating. In Sundarban, for example, RSS have since the BJP government, almost stopped allowing foreign funds to other NGOs. RSS has actually expanded to a large extent to Sundarban. You look at the Sundarban numbers, Raidiki, Kultoli, Jayanagar, you will see that BJP is leading. And this was and this is not the area those who are, which are very much affected by SIR. But this is the area which were refugee belt. 71, after 71, people actually came and settled there in these areas. These are the areas where politics of memory played a role. The NGOs, RSS run NGOs, they played a massive role there. So these are also there.
Abuna, just to wrap up our coverage from Bengal, this is an election which, as you mentioned just now, the BJP's dried up foreign funds for NGOs across the country, but RSS, which is in no man's land, it's in limbo. We don't know what it is, but it continues to get funds from wherever it wants to. This is an election that the BJP has fought with the might of the state at its disposal, and I wonder what your takeaway is. It's still early. It's a little past noon right now, but with the trends clearing the way for BJP, so to speak, until now in Bengal, I wonder what your takeaway is. Was this an election at all, or was this an overhauling of the people, as Siddharth Vardhan put it on Twitter a little while ago?
It's both. It's both. I think, in fact, I believe that SIR has actually, I mean, kind of given TMC an issue to fight, because the anti-incumbency would have been higher had SIR been not there. So that I mean, it is little contrary to what Siddharth was saying. But having said that, what I am very worried is about this 27 lakh people. Out of that, a large number, maximum number are Muslims, Bengali Muslims. Given the highly communal campaign that BJP ran, what happens to them? What happen? Well, I mean, I'm very scared that BJP would take an empathetic approach to these people. And coming to the election part, I think somewhere one is the SIR could have been played differently. Mamata Banerjee government should have understood one thing, that one is, I think they're dependent too much on IPAC. Too much on IPAC. They all the time they thought that they would be able to manage it. There are loopholes on SIR which we have discussed earlier also, which could have been avoided. That would have created, lessen the mess. I don't know why they did not do that. Second thing is, this was the state, given the election commission, the way election commission acted, it definitely helped BJP. It definitely helped BJP. It definitely made TMC's work very difficult. At one point of time, even though officially we are not on president's rule, it looked like the election was held under president's rule or even more control, because the administration, the state government did not have any control over the administration. The BDO, OC, we have not seen this kind of transfer in any other state. So that was also there. So that definitely helped BJP, to control the narrative, to control the machinery and everything. So yeah, that way it was an unfair election for TMC.
That's really the word from you, Aparna, that this was an unfair election. And we thank you for all your work that you've done for us and for being here today. It's over to New Delhi, where my colleagues Janvi and Shravasti will take over as we discuss what we've learned so far. Shravasti, over to you.
We are back in the studio with Seema as well as Janvi, my co-host, and we are also being joined online by Siddharth Vardarajan, our founding editor. And this is the last leg of our broadcast, so we want to quickly bring you all the numbers that we are seeing across the 4 states and 1 union territory. Let's begin with Bengal, the state that everybody has its eyes on. The BJP seems to be leading on 189 seats. This is according to the trends that we are seeing on the Election Commission's website. The Trinamool is behind and leading on 95 seats. The CPM is leading on 1 seat. Tamil Nadu, which is the second state in which a surprise is being seen, is where the TVK, which is actor Vijay's debut political outing, is leading on 110 seats, followed by the ADMK leading on 56, and the incumbent DMK now leading only on 49. In Assam, the BJP is leading on 79, the Congress on 24. The BJP is looking set to form a government again in the state, while in Kerala, the trend seems to go back to what it was earlier prior to 2021, with the UDF leading, the Congress itself leading on 60, the CPM behind and leading on 25. In Puducherry, the AINRC is leading on 5, and there the government is likely to stay the same as it was earlier, perhaps. Janvi, you want to take us through the big takeaways that we are seeing at this hour from all the states?
Sure. I mean, yeah, you were saying that Puducherry, the government is likely to stay the same, and while that is perhaps true, there are 30 seats in the Union Territory, and we're only seeing trends from 17 so far. We're already at 1:30 p.m. So it seems like these results are still very early from the Union Territory. For the other 13, the ECI website still shows round 0. But I agree with what you said, Shravasti. It does seem like these trends suggest N. Rangasamy will be in for a 5th term as Chief Minister. Maybe let's move on to Tamil Nadu, which has been one of the big surprises in this election. I think the fact that Vijay was going to be a factor was something everyone had agreed upon, but the scale of the factor is something that even journalists we have been speaking to through the day and experts on the region were not expecting. Siddharth, I think is here as well now. Siddharth, do you want to come in on that? Is what we're seeing in Tamil Nadu a really big surprise for you?
No, it is. I mean, hang on, there's an echo. Okay, why am I hearing myself? All right. I think that there is a strong element of surprise here, obviously, because a lot of the pre-election surveys, a lot of reporting on the ground from journalists, both Tamil vernacular press, English press, showed that Vijay was strong, but I don't think there was a sense that his vote share would maybe go from 0 to 20%, but it wasn't clear that he was going to actually end up winning a huge number of seats. So the entire speculation was, okay, how much is he going to damage the DMK, or will he damage the ADMK, rather than himself being in a position to form the government. So I think that this is a very, very strong showing. I have to say, though, that, and I know I shared this with some colleagues in the office, I recall a meeting about 6 or 7 weeks ago, maybe 2 months back, actually, with this was a social occasion where there were a number of MPs from different parties, and I spoke to 3 MPs from Tamil Nadu. One was a DMK person, one was a Congress person, and one was a left person. And they pretty much all indicated that the national media and the DMK itself was underestimating Vijay's performance. And in fact, one of these MPs told me that if Vijay had allied with the AIDMK minus BJP, in other words, if the ADMK had picked Vijay rather than the BJP to partner with, then this alliance would have would win 2/3 of the state. So I think that politicians at the ground level had a sense of, particularly those in the India Alliance camp, had a sense of foreboding. I think they saw the writing on the wall, but I think that there was nevertheless a sense that, okay, maybe Vijay may not be that strong on the ground, have cadre, have sort of the whole, you need an establishment to go ahead and win an election. And I think that Vijay really has surprised people by polling strongly. And I think now I think there will be a first order question is he's going to be short based on current trends by about 5 or 6 seats. So where will he get those numbers from? Will elements of the India Alliance choose to support him from the outside? We know that the Congress was flirting with the idea of tying up with Vijay before they finally cemented their alliance with the DMK. So that's one issue. And then, as Vignesh said, maybe some smaller NDA partners may prefer. But one thing seems to be clear, that it's not in Vijay's interest. And I want to underline what Vignesh said, because he understands this also better than most of us. I think it's not in Vijay's interest to make it any easier for the BJP in the state. So I think that to that extent, while the BJP would be happy that a major constituent, and I think one should not underestimate the importance of Stalin and the DMK in national politics today, right? They have been at the forefront of opposing the BJP's inroads on federalism, for example. Just go back to the whole delimitation debate. The DMK has been absolutely upfront there. So for the DMK to weaken at the national level, that is a big boost to the BJP. But in terms of Tamil Nadu politics itself, I'm not sure that what has happened today with the strong showing by Vijay is necessarily something that's going to work out in favor of BJP.
No, absolutely. And what you were saying earlier about how it takes an establishment to contest an election, one of our other guests earlier today, Kavita Muralidharan, was pointing out that it also takes an establishment to run a government. And so that is definitely something we are going to have to wait and see how that plays out in Tamil Nadu. But I want to come to you, Seema, on, we're nearing the end of this particular segment of our shows for today. So overall, I know you have been saying that particularly in West Bengal, counting does seem to be kind of in a lull period. Things are not moving so fast anymore. The TMC itself has also said that there are some seats for which the ECI doesn't seem to be releasing trends, which may be in its stronghold areas. But overall, now we have 2 states in the East, Bengal and Assam, where the BJP does seem to be going quite far ahead, ready to perhaps form government if the trends continue this way. Then we have 2 states and a union territory in the South. One, Puducherry, where of course the NDA perhaps will win, but in Tamil Nadu and in Kerala, the UDF is winning, and it seems so far that the BJP is perhaps likely to win 1 seat in Kerala, the Rajiv Chandrasekhar's. But other than that, not a very big show. UDF is sweeping it. And in Tamil Nadu, as you can see, Vijay is coming out as very much the front runner. So from a national picture, how are you seeing these elections?
So very preliminary again, and of course one must emphasize just on that slowdown in West Bengal point, we must remember that only about 18 million votes as we speak have been counted. Of the roughly 60 million votes we calculated, Shravasti, because the Election Commission doesn't tell us the exact numbers, but going by percentage, the shrunk electorate, about 60 to 61 million votes would have been cast, and that means just about less than 1/3 of the votes have been counted still. So let's wait for that. There's nothing to say that it will necessarily flip, but there's nothing to suggest that it would necessarily continue in the same way. But I concede that point to the BJP as to giving a kick in to Mamata Banerjee and ousting a long-running, long-staying CM from there. The way I see the entire electoral map, if you like, of India is seeing a fundamental shift in the East. Looking at how BJP has acquired recently a chief minister in Bihar, they now would probably potentially have a chief minister in West Bengal. They have a chief minister now in Odisha. So I think this entire Bihar, Odisha, Bengal, and they have the Northeast that they command almost. That kind of is a different kind of electoral map in India suddenly that you're waking up to. And conversely, and in a very opposite sense, the South is still denied to them. They did their best in Kerala. A lot of noise was made about how they were doing well in the local polls, corporation polls, otherwise, and they got a little bump in the 2024 elections also in the South, in Kerala. Those hopes can be laid to rest because Kerala has done what it used to do every 5 years, like flip seats around. So I see that, the LDF's going was, a lot of analysts would say, it was an exception that the LDF had made it from the government in 2021. They have returned to that. And in also Tamil Nadu, no doubt that this is almost like an NTR moment of 1984, where a very popular film star and even though ironically he had offered to go with the left at that time, we hear, and the left had said, who's this newbie film star starting? We don't want to share. We'll go it all alone. And he went and did this. Now, I've also heard that the Congress was keen on aligning with Vijay, and it was also Rahul Gandhi's political instinct to go with him, but they finally picked their old friend and critical to the India Alliance, DMK. But I wonder how much of a newbie Vijay would have been had he been aligned with one of the older people. So that is a counterfactual. So I don't want to get into that. So would his seats have been reduced, or would he have got more seats? Had he been hobbled with either the AI? Would that have been a hobble or a lift for Vijay? And as we discussed on our previous show, Janvi, we have to review how we look at cadres, mass base in the era of the mobile phone. What kind of machinery do you need? Is it all activated by a different way that voters are excited and interested, especially with somebody who's already has a control on their imagination? And Vijay clearly, as a film star and as a presence on the Tamil Nadu scene, has for a long time been a very popular star. You stall his movies, etc. But overall, I think very quickly, if these trends were to continue, there's a whole kind of a saffron sun, if you like, which is rising over this east band of important states, which spoke of a different kind of politics earlier. But the BJP is a very significant player there, if not the out-and-out winner. But the South still evades it, and the AIDMK was kicking itself for having gone in with the BJP and yet lost at a time of turmoil when clearly voters in Tamil Nadu were looking for an alternative, and they voted Vijay in and not the BJP and the BJP alliance, which was the AIDMK.
I think that's an interesting point to pick up on, as Seema just mentioned, that the East is really seeing a saffronization, one would say, which is completely in contrast to what even the political map of India was even 5 years ago. But Siddharth, I want to come to you to the fact that yes, the Bengal election has been the most widely watched and also perhaps the most closely contested, because the kind of attention that the BJP has paid to West Bengal, it has not done so even in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, where too the BJP does not have a government in place. So is it a fair comparison to really compare the BJP's results in West Bengal to Kerala and Tamil Nadu, because the West Bengal election has been held in a very different manner to any other election that the country has ever seen, not just any of these states. So there has been marked militarization. The SIR in Bengal was vastly different to what the SIR was in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. The entire central machinery of the BJP was sitting in West Bengal for the last 2 weeks. Before that, Yogendra Yadav, who was the BJP's in charge, had been camping in the state. In Kerala and Tamil Nadu, there was a sense that the BJP wanted to make inroads, but was not as invested as it was in Bengal. How do you see this difference in the approach of the BJP for these states where it has traditionally not made inroads?
Look, you're quite right. I think of these 5 elections, I think for the Shah and Shahinshah, the Modi Amit Shah duo, it was only West Bengal that mattered. I think they were confident, and perhaps rightly so, as the numbers show, that Assam was something they were going to win. Congress being in disarray, the delimitation working in their favor, so on and so forth. Kerala and Tamil Nadu, I think the BJP knew both are bridges too far. They still believe and hope that they will one day prevail and make major inroads, but it was not going to happen in this election. Bengal was where I think the BJP, I think the entire SR process, frankly, I think Bihar was a trial run. I think this entire process was devised and drawn up with West Bengal in mind. And I think that the Jhatka in 2024, where the BJP thought it was going to do even better in the Lok Sabha that year than it did in 2019, the fact that Mamta clawed her way back and the BJP suffered a setback, I think this has got the BJP thinking along the lines of how can the election be fought in such a way that institutionally the BJP becomes impregnable and Mamta becomes a force that you can topple quite easily. And I think that this one statistic, right? We don't know finally what the difference in vote share is going to be between the BJP and the Trinamool. I know that in your earlier, one of your earlier guests, Yogendra Yadav, spoke about both parties being neck and neck. But you know, this question that Justice Joymala Bagchi raised in the hearing, that you know, while he was quite happy to deny people, you know, these 27 lakh people, it doesn't matter if you don't vote once, you can always vote again. But he did say that if the, you know, if it turns out that the margin of victory / defeat is falls within that 27 lakh, you know, band, then we're going to have to look, you know, he didn't say what he was going to do, but clearly there's going to be a problem, right? So I think even for the BJP's own optics, it would have been better if they had won an election without all of this skullduggery, deleting names. You know, even if you justify based on West Bengal's record of parties in power, you know, using muscle and threats, etc., to win an election, even if you justify the added deployment of CRPF and so on and so forth, but the way in which, you know, central government personnel have been used, you know, it's all overkill, right? And when Mamta raised this issue in the Supreme Court and said, look, how come the Election Commission is not drawing on the pool of state government employees? The judge said, you know, he posed a question to her that why are you assuming that government employees are loyal to the central government, or that your employees are loyal to the state government? But the same question should have been put to the Election Commission, that if indeed government employees are independent of whoever writes their ACRs, then why has the Election Commission drawn preponderantly on the pool of central government employees, right? So the, you know, the BJP went into this election deciding that we have to win this one way or the other. If it means en masse deleting people from voting rolls, let's do it. If this means you know, ensuring that the administration works in our favor, let's do it. And what you're seeing based on these trends is one consequence of that. I don't know how much, you know, Aparna was slightly skeptical about what Mamta has been saying about, you know, power cuts and load shedding and EVM machines being sort of taken here and there. You know, I don't know about that, but I think that before votes were cast, the level playing field was so skewed in the BJP's favor by this entire SIR process, which is illegitimate. This process, even if you can think about the need to cleanse rolls, you don't do it with such a short time frame. There's no possible earthly justification for that, right? So this was unique. I don't think, of course, there was an SIR in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, everywhere else, but I think the way it operated in Bengal, it was designed to be unique. It was designed to be uniquely destructive of the electoral rolls and of opposition votes, and I think you're seeing that play out. And I think, you know, finally, when the numbers are in, we will have to ask very, very hard questions about the significance of this entire process.
No, so just to supplement what Siddharth said, this is something that Professor Gilles Verniers and I were just discussing after he was on our show last time, and I told him I'll quote him on this. He said the thing is that electoral malpractice usually happens on the numerator side, intimidation, violence. This is the first time that malpractice is taking place on the denominator, that is the voter list. So this is like a very serious thing, and it also brings to mind why Sabyasachi Das's paper. He wrote that paper in Ashoka University, and he was taken off. That paper was taken off, and all kinds of consequences that his career had to suffer. But he did not talk about the EVMs, but he spoke of other creative measures being used to tamper with our electoral democracy. And those are questions we have to confront, irrespective of what happens now, whether the West Bengal result flips or it all seems very fine. The fact that 27 lakh voters have gone missing, and we will also do well to map the missing voters with seeing how results went. We have that database which Aparna Bhattacharya has set up for us, and we have it online. So that would be a useful exercise to do also once all the results come in.
One final question to you, Siddharth, before we wrap up, is that the results as it stands today, the trends that we are seeing, alters the electoral map, not just in the way that Seema mentioned earlier, in that the South stands distinctly apart from the East and even the North, but the fact is that two big opposition leaders in MK Stalin and Mamata Banerjee stand defeated. The Congress is already a national party, and Kerala has had a history of flipping government, so the Congress's position remains unchanged in the sense that they will take a lot of heart in today's elections, today's results from Kerala. But two big regional leaders in Mamata Banerjee and MK Stalin stand defeated today. How does that change the electoral politics of India, to your mind?
If you look at the national opposition to the BJP, the DMK was absolutely crucial, Mamata was crucial, and so is the left. So for the left to lose the only state it had, of course, it's gone to the Congress, which is still part of the opposition, but nevertheless, this represents, at the national level, I think, a weakening of three significant vectors of opposition to the BJP. So from Amit Shah and Narendra Modi's point of view, even if it's the Congress that won Kerala and it's Vijay that won Tamil Nadu, but the fact that you've managed to deliver a setback, or the system has delivered a setback to the sort of national profile of major players, and these are the left and the DMK punch above their weight at the national level. So I think that this definitely alters the terrain nationally. Yes, the Congress has wrested Kerala. It now has one more state government, but I think from the national opposition point of view, from the India Alliance point of view, it would have been a better outcome if the Congress had managed to wrest Assam, say, instead of Kerala, so that you actually add one more state to the India Alliance's kitty. That hasn't happened, right? So I think that there's no denying, if West Bengal holds as the way it's holding, in favor of BJP, that this is a day that Amit Shah and Narendra Modi will take great satisfaction from. That they have, these were absolutely crucial set of elections, and this comes at a time when Modi has been feeling embattled. Frankly, all indications are that the public is tiring of the kind of messaging, the whole entire kind of thrust of his politics, the fact that he's failing to deliver on the economic front, on the jobs front, on the foreign policy front. So there is a sense in which the public has fatigued of Mr. Modi. So these elections come as a shot in the arm for him. Whether he is able to use that to generate enough momentum in other states and at the national, at the level of national politics, we will still have to see. But I think that he will be feeling much more secure today as a result of this verdict than he was, say, a month or two ago. And that's a major takeaway from this election.
And that also alters how states behave, because as we have seen the in proceedings in the Lok Sabha recently, if a constitution amendment is to be brought, how state legislatures behave is an important factor in that. Janvi, you want to wrap it all up for us?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking as Siddharth was speaking right now, Seema, in an earlier show we did just last week, you were saying that it seems like the Union of India, with all its apparatus, the Modi regime, and all the institutions are fighting this election. Would you say they've won?
As of now, it seems that they've secured a very significant kind of victory. But I would leave the state of Tamil Nadu for having, because even Stalin's father has never been re-elected. So that is the logic of Tamil Nadu. So we can't, for the sake of, I mean, on a slightly contrarian note, both these parties, the TMC and the DMK, have been BJP allies in this century as well.
Yeah.
So I'm saying maybe opposition politics will have to seriously evolve to having different kind of pivots or different fulcrum to its opposition. And a lot of people felt that regional parties coming in will never really be able to oppose the Modi question. It has to be a very strongly ideological line on which you do it. So I don't know, and this kind of, where the Congress used to feel that they're being hobbled by regional forces, not that they've done brilliantly, as that they've not exactly won Assam, but I think, yes, I think everything is again in a spin. We've been watching it, and to my mind it seems that the entire cycle of, after 10 years of a very stable and dominant BJP, they're being cut back to 240. All this is part of that, if you want to call it, what's the phrase of it? I don't know if Amrit will come out of it or think. It is really that manthan now that is full on, because to expect people to continue voting the same party, and so Mamata should stay there, therefore we have a solid national opposition, the people aren't having any of it. So if I was to just look at it that way, the fatigue against Mr. Modi must also be like seriously grim by this time. But that remains open. I mean, but I just see a big churn at play. But yes, if they West Bengal, which was completely the focus of their attention, and a completely new set of rules, it was SIR 3.0. I mean, God knows what kind of SIR was happening. Then sure, then that's a setback. But yeah, we're like in a completely different zone of opposition politics, of nationally and regionally, and how to behave.
Absolutely. And as we've been saying, the results are still coming in. So while we are closing this particular show for now, I would request all our viewers to look at our website, where our colleague Ankit Dubey has built a very easy to use dashboard where you can follow all the results. Also, senior journalist Arfa Khanum Shirwani will be live on the Wire's channel very shortly at 2 p.m. Meanwhile, thank you, Siddharth, thank you, Seema, and thank you all for watching.